Is it working now, bro?
I ain't get the just let me check. Let me check.
How do I think? Like it pops up here, like the stream pops up here, but it's not.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, but you still not lying.
Oh, that's because I gotta. Yo, I'm slow. Yo, I had this joint on private the whole time,
Man, need some rest.
bro. I had this joint on private the whole time.
Why? Tell me that it's you.
Yo, I'm actually bro. What's going on with me now? There we go. There we go.
Oh, now I see it. I just got the notification.
There we go. There we go. Yes, bro. Now we gonna do we're gonna get TikTok. We gonna get TikTok next. I can stream on Twitter.
I think you can go live on Twitter, yeah.
I didn't even know that. How do I even?
She keyboard. Virginia low-key just followed me and just started spamming me on TikTok.
What you mean?
So I'm just spamming her back.
What you mean, like spamming you with reels?
No, like these emojis, you know.
Oh yeah. That I completely forgot about that. You trying? He popped up in the stream. Yeah, nah, yeah, I was streaming 2K. I was playing 2K23. I'm about to hop on it in a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out this stuff for I'm just trying to already have studio. Trying to think. There we go. What's going on?
Yeah, she thought she was gonna win on this emoji battle. And she thought she was gonna win. But she keeps trying. I ain't gonna lie, she actually might win.
Bro, this joint is pissing me off.
Oh, wow, but you like, I don't know, like, you don't understand how girls mad be, like, they can tell them, you got a girlfriend, bruh.
I do.
But, like, I even took, like, they still be mad when you tell them that y'all on bad terms, bro. But, like, I said, on bad terms, but we, like, we still cool. Like, they just don't care, because all they heard is, I got a girlfriend. Like, I just got a text.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Yeah, all they heard is, I got a girlfriend. So they didn't hear nothing else but I got a girlfriend.
About 10 flags has been detected, bro. Oh my gosh. Yo, it must, bro. What? How do you even do that? Gang, how do you even do that? How do you even donate? Okay. Me. Oh my gosh. Like, all right, come on, Michael. Come on, MJ. What? You blocked? Yo, you like 20 feet tall. How you... Bro, I'm trying to figure this joint out, bro.
Then I why he low-key cuts out my head. Cause my ex was trying to clean her spot, but then being my girlfriend again. So like, I low-key seen Rain, but she would sleep on me. But I told you, be like, we be low-key still cool. So like, but like, the girls kept hitting my phone, so she making me a Rain up. Rain pick up my phone.
Uh,
But like, she ain't called her, she texted the girl.
that's
She dragging on shit like da da da. Stop hitting this phone. You making me and my man up da da. I'm just there. Let her do she do. I feel like shit. If I say so, she gonna try to drag on me.
I feel you. Wait. Oh wait. The desktop audio. Is it desktop audio? Hold on. Let me play a video. We have to celebrate our differences. Okay, there's desktop audio. Nacho tacos, chimichangas. We have to celebrate. Okay, that's good. That's racist. That's mad racist. That's crazy, bro.
But then one of the just trying to say that I was hitting their phone, bro. I'm like, when did I want you? But then like, nah, like she was really more dragging on my ex, bro. Not really hold you. I couldn't even say nothing to keep the peace.
I bet.
Me and Ray gonna talk later, bro. Cause well, actually, I'm tripping. She been off her since 7 a.m.
Damn.
But we still gonna talk later. But I'm ready to run this dog back out. Man. I'm gonna hit you back. Now get in.
Alright, bet. Alright. Alright, bet. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alright. Bruh, Oh yeah, I need to fix my microphone. Wait, why does it sound like I'm talking twice? Oh, cause I am. Let's try this. Ah. So, yo. Yo. I bet this is the mic. I bet this is the mic. There we go. All right, cool. I bet. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm about to freaking watch a YouTube video and take my happy self to sleep, bro, cause I am very tired. Will the controller charge? It'll charge right here. We're doing way too much. This joint not charging. Why is it not charging? Oh. Oh, that's right. I literally have Dragon Ball Kakarot. Damn. Why does it require so much space though? I might play that. Like another time. I'm definitely gonna play that another time. So don't call me weird, but this is the type of videos I like to watch, okay? And I'm gonna watch what I want to watch. I'm not gonna lie, cause I don't care what you guys like, bro. Because at the end of the day, it's what I like. At the end of the day, it's what I want to watch. And
Kobe and Dirk. During the 2011 NBA lockout, Kobe Bryant was in serious talks to play for Virtus Bologna in Italy. Not just casual talks either. Negotiations, real money, real discussions about building a temporary roster around him. At the same time, Dirk Nowitzki, who had just won the 2011 NBA championship and finals MVP, was openly saying he'd consider heading back to Europe to play. Dirk had roots there too, having played professionally in Germany before coming to the NBA. European teams saw the lockout as an opportunity, and they weren't wrong. Virtus Bologna was aggressively pursuing Kobe and exploring what a stacked temporary lineup could look like. The idea started gaining real traction because lockout contracts were short-term and flexible, and European teams were willing to do whatever it took for the exposure. Think about what that pairing would have actually been. Dirk, a 7-footer who could shoot from anywhere, alongside Kobe, one of the greatest perimeter scorers ever, two of the most skilled offensive players in NBA history on the same European roster for a few months. It didn't happen because the NBA lockout ended before anything was finalized. Both players came back to the league without ever suiting up overseas together. But the fact that it came that close is genuinely wild. Two all-time greats, already at the peak of their legacies, almost sharing a locker room in Italy of all places. The lockout nearly gave us something nobody asked for, but everyone would have watched: Looney equals KD. In 2014, Kevon Looney was one of the most talked about high school prospects in the entire country. He was a 5-star recruit, a McDonald's All-American, and at Hamilton High School in Milwaukee, he was putting up numbers that didn't make sense for a high schooler.
I don't want to watch this. I'm gonna show you guys what I actually watch, like in my free time. And I don't care if you call me weird. I don't care if you think I'm weird, because I watch what I want to watch. This is what I like to watch. Okay, it's manga. It's some manga stuff, manga thingy. And yes, I be watching this stuff for like I have one that's like, I literally have one that's like, this one that I watched that was like 48 hours. Yes, 48 hours. You heard me. This is what I like to watch. You don't like it, deal with it. Not gonna lie. No comments.
RPG. Right now, he's entered the 42nd round of his favorite game. Like many others, he lives a routine lifestyle. But because of Dungeon Brave, aka Danbury, he can endure even his bleak workplace. It never bores him, no matter how many times he plays it. What makes Dunbury different from a regular RPG is that you can deepen your bonds with the heroines in the series and become their lovers. Now back to the game. The teacher is about to announce the top performers at the entrance exams, as the rest of the students hold their breaths. On the other end of the screen, the protagonist of our story is excited as the teacher finally announces the top 4 people. In 5th place, there's Seal Uranus, whose starting job is a mage. She's followed by Nagisa Sekai, ranked 4th, whose job is a swordsman. In 3rd place, we have Aerith Centria, a cleric. The top ranker in the exam is Leon Praise, whose job is a spellblade. In Danbury, he's also the protagonist of the story and is the hero's descendant. The central story of the game is all about controlling Leon, increasing intimacy with the heroines, and challenging the Demon King. On top of the main story, there are several large and small sub-events in the game. These two are highly popular, but rumor has it that there are a couple of undiscovered sub-events as well. Discovering what these are is one of the true joys of in-depth gameplay elements. What's even more fun in the game is that, depending on the story, the characters' outfits may change. Our avid fan protagonist can't help but admire how beautiful the ladies are. One of the biggest reasons why Danbury sold out so well is that it's considered an adult game. Our protagonist can't help but wear a pleased smile, blushing like crazy, because the players can create a harem in the game. Well, even if it's possible, the harem is not too intense. However, raising intimacy with the heroines is incredibly heart-melting, you know? Of course, many of the players were beyond thrilled upon knowing this, because it balances both the serious aspect of the RPG elements and erotic aspects. Because of the game's success, Danbury is adapted into an anime, a manga, and merchandise that launched several different media. What's more, it even released an all-ages version with all the erotic scenes cut out. Our gamer protagonist, of course, has his collection of all the character figures. Suddenly, his head starts hurting, which he attributes to exhaustion. Maybe he really is too tired today, although he's never experienced this kind of exhaustion before. With that, he decides to sleep it off. Now we have a dark-haired, intimidating character. Tell me, what kind of game do you dislike? As for our protagonist, he really hates Dungeon Brave Soul too. In this second installment, a certain character who wasn't even named in the first Danbury suddenly becomes the main character here. As seen here, the game's hero, Leon, happily calls out to the dark-haired character from before, whose name is Xenon. Danbury 2 begins after Leon has finally sealed off the Demon King. In the second installment, you play as a character named Xenon. This new character approaches Leon and becomes a troublesome friend. But what's worse is that he also befriends the heroines and forms a party with them. But the situation takes a drastic turn, and before long, the heroines start to distance themselves from Leon. And the reason for that is because Xenon steals the heroines away from him. He does a lot of devious and wretched things to the girls, leaving Leon alone and cornered. Xenon even went low and showed Leon...
Alright, I'm not watching this. Alright, cool. I'll watch this one. What the heck?
Where am I being taken? The voice cries out, as its very essence is stripped away piece by piece. I was just starting, she realizes with a jolt of panic, as her entire life work begins to fade into nothingness. Back at her desk, the scientist watches in horror as her reality fragments, the blinding light of oblivion already consuming everything she has ever known. Elsewhere, the city of Altilia is waking up to its usual chaotic energy. A young newsboy hits the pavement, shouting the morning headlines to anyone willing to spare a coin for a copy. His rhythm is cut short by a sudden sharp gust of wind. Before he can react, one of his papers escapes his grip and flies toward the sky. The loose sheet drifts over the roofs of Altilia, the sprawling capital of the Granica Kingdom. It is a city defined by its heights and its history. Currently unaware of the small intruder flying above it, this island nation has traded its old monarchy for a new world run by political parties. Since the Civil Revolution, the streets have been paved with ambition and the constant struggle for power. A young noble steps out of his carriage with his sights set on joining those very halls of power. I'm going to be one of them, he declares, just as the stray paper slams directly into his face. Panic sets in as the boy gasps for air, terrified that his paper just slapped a noble in the face. Van just looks at the sheet and realizes it is just a newspaper. Instead of getting angry, Van flashes a big smile and offers to buy a copy right there. He introduces himself as Van Spelbia, while the newsboy stands there in shock at his luck. A quick wave and the boy is gone, shouting thanks for the easy sale. Van stares down at the pages and realizes he needs to actually learn how to read these to stay ahead. A change of scenery brings us to the Altilia Academy Elementary School, where Van is starting his life as a third grader. He adjusts his hat while walking through the gates of his new school. The halls are packed with kids showing off their fancy pens and gossiping about the new school year. A voice calls out his name, but Van stays locked in his mindset. As the eldest son of the Spelbia family, he feels the weight of leadership and refuses to get distracted by the noise. Adoring classmates are already impressed, thinking he is a genius for reading the news so early. Van tells them to just call him Van while secretly sweating because he cannot actually read a single word of it. This academy has a unique setup where nobles and commoners actually sit in the same classroom. One friendly classmate reaches out for a handshake, welcoming the mix of talent. Not everyone is thrilled about the arrangement, and a tense murmur begins to ripple through the room. Van breaks a sweat as he realizes a certain someone is sharing his class. There are plenty of people who despise this inclusive system. One student in particular watches from the distance with a sharp, judging eye. Meet Roy Aviram, the second son of a prominent noble house. He carries himself with a heavy air of superiority that fills the entire room. Van recognizes the name immediately and feels the weight of the moment. The politics of the Granica Kingdom are a direct battleground between two parties, the Spelbia and the Aviram. That means these two are born political rivals. Roy stays silent, but the history of their families makes the air between them feel like a war zone. Roy Sama's followers immediately start complaining that having so many commoners in the class is beneath their status. The arrogant whispers grow louder, marking Roy as the leader of the school's most elitist circle. Roy's aggressive energy is already setting a bad mood for Van. The teacher tries to get things started, but the students are already gossiping about her commoner background. Clearly, over the whole setup, Roy prepares to move out as the class heads toward the opening ceremony. Van watches the group, keeping an eye on the atmosphere. In the massive auditorium, the speaker delivers a blunt reminder for everyone to respect their social standing. Van realizes one seat is empty and figures Roy actually had the guts to skip the whole thing. The rumors are flying fast, with everyone comparing Roy to his elite older brother Edward. Shaking off the bad vibes, our boy decides he won't judge anyone based on high school gossip. Van decides to be the bigger person and check on Roy, thinking his rival might actually have a stomachache. Instead of a sickbed, he finds a literal tea party where Roy's crew is stuffing their faces with high-end snacks. One of the henchmen just smiles and asks why he's back so early, totally ignoring the fact that they're ditching the ceremony. Our boy tries to stay professional as a leader, but this level of disrespect is making his blood boil. They keep bragging about how their elite sweets are easy on the stomach while completely ghosting all of his questions. Later in the classroom, the self-introductions kick off as everyone gets ready to present their noble lineage. Van is doing his best to be the perfect student, but he's disgusted to see Roy already fast asleep on his desk. The big guy just keeps munching on his snacks while the insults about lifeless eyes and zero social skills start flying. Our boy Van is starting to feel the heat as the whispers about his reputation become impossible to ignore. The tension finally snaps when Van decides to go off. He shouts that this guy is just a dropout who has no business being a leader. The entire classroom goes dead silent as he puts the T-Big guy on blast in front of everyone. Van is popping a blood vessel from the stress of the moment. He manages to power through his nerves and finishes his introduction as Van Spelbia, telling the class they can rely on him while everyone gives him a nice round of applause. Later that day, the vibe changes as a few classmates swarm his desk to ask if he is actually a beast at swordsmanship. He casually mentions his father has been training him, which immediately sends their expectations through the roof. Realizing he has a chance to turn things around, Van decides it is time to step up and show them exactly what the Spelbia name stands for. Van stands tall and invites his classmate to take the first shot without holding back. The nervous boy grips his training sword tight, wondering if it is actually okay to attack. While the crowd of students watches in anticipation, our boy just stretches and gets in the zone. With a sudden dash, the classmate lunges forward with everything he has. Van does not even break a sweat. Sliding back and parrying the blow with casual precision, the sound of clashing wood rings out as he easily reads every single move. The crowd goes wild as Van catches the stick mid-air, mockingly asking if aiming for the butt makes his opponent a coward. Meanwhile, Roy's crew is hanging out in the classroom, unbothered by the noise outside. They are too busy bickering over their snacks while the big guy keeps munching away. A girl in the crowd looks on with amazement as the sparring match really heats up. Seeing how much fun it is, another student raises his hand and begs for the next turn. Soon enough, the air is filled with the rhythmic sound of clashing sticks as everyone wants a piece of the action. Back in the classroom, Roy is just chilling while his henchman offers to go grab more supplies before lunch. It turns out the group has already polished off their entire stash of elite sweets. The girl henchman sighs, showing off the very last piece of their high-end snacks. The big guy does not waste any time, gulping down the final treat in one bite. Roy tells them to cut it out, looking drained by their constant chatter. His lackeys immediately scramble to find something else to entertain their boss. Roy stares off into the distance with a look of pure disgust on his face. He mutters to himself that the excited voices of the commoners outside are starting to grate on his ears. Even with a snack in hand, his mood is clearly hitting rock bottom. A training sword goes flying out of control just as things were heating up. Everyone dives for cover while the stick whizzes through the air toward an unsuspecting target. Our boy Van screams out a warning, but the projectile is already locked on. The big guy is way too busy munching on his snack to notice he is about to get sniped. Smack, the stick lands a direct hit right in the center of his forehead. The impact leaves the entire room in a state of disbelief. The force of the blow sends him toppling backward, chair and all. Van rushes over to help while the rest of the crew screams out in horror at the sudden knockout. He lies motionless on the ground while the crowd gathers around in shock. This random accident marks a major turning point for the boy they all knew as a dropout. Deep in his subconscious, a flood of strange memories starts to surface. He sees flashes of another life filled with modern schools, bicycles, and technology. His eyes snap open as the realization hits him like a freight train. He finally remembers his true identity, and it turns out Bro is actually the protagonist of this story. The class is left in complete shock after seeing that stick land. Nobody even knows what to say as a heavy silence takes over the room. Our boy suddenly sits up like he just rebooted his brain. He does not waste a single second, grabbing his stuff and booking it out of there while yelling that he is going home. The rest of the students can only watch him disappear in total confusion. He is practically flying down the street while his mind gets flooded with memories from another life. It turns out he was not always this kid. He was actually a grown man living in Japan before ending up here. Everything starts to click and the reality of the situation is heavy. Japan is nowhere to be found in this world, which means he has definitely been reincarnated into an isekai. Bro is having a full-blown existential crisis while trying to catch his breath. It is a lot to process the fact that magic and reincarnation are actually real things now. In between gasps for air, he realizes how pathetic his current situation is. He is supposed to be a top-tier noble, yet here he is struggling to walk a few blocks on foot. He ducks behind some bushes when he sees his carriage and remembers why he is in this mess. A cringe memory of him being a spoiled brat and threatening the staff flashes through his mind, and he realizes this walk of shame is entirely his own fault. Our boy finally makes it back to the massive mansion, but the regret is already hitting hard. He mumbles a quiet greeting while the staff gasps in surprise at his early return. The warm welcome from the maids is way too much for his new brain to handle. He flushes bright red and rushes up the stairs after managed a shaky thank you. Once he is finally alone, he collapses onto his bed and lets out a heavy sigh. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, the gravity of the situation finally hits. He pinches his chubby cheeks and realizes he has been eating way too much. It seems the head injury cleared the fog in his mind, but now he has to face the reality of his physique. Looking back, his entire life until now felt like it was playing out on autopilot. He was basically a passenger in his own body while his consciousness remained hazy. It turns out he was living the life of a stereotypical villain in a cheap anime. That autopilot behavior was beyond toxic, and he is honestly lucky he did not get canceled sooner. Despite being a noble, he feels like a failure. He realizes how cringe his behavior was and wishes those memories came back sooner. Growing up as a noble was a lonely experience, since nobody in his family ever gave him the time of day. Being a second son in a noble house is hard. With no inheritance waiting for him, he turned to stress eating to deal with the pressure. All he ever wanted was to be special. Shift to his past life in Japan. He coasted into a top-tier school only to realize he was surrounded by actual monsters. He worked himself to the bone trying to find his one thing, but he eventually hit a wall he could not climb. Watching young, rich prodigies turn their hobbies into empires made his own average life feel like a joke. Our boy realized his past life was just a bunch of missed chances. Seeing his old self depressed in a room full of books reminds him why he needs to change. Standing under the family crest, he finally found it. This is his one shot to actually become something special. His dad is a soldier and his mom is a researcher. He connects the dots and realizes what their work has in common. Magic. The fact that he actually lives in a world where magic exists has him buzzing with excitement. Most kids at Altilia Academy have to wait until they are 12 to join the magic department. Since he already has a grown man's mind, he knows he is built different. He throws open the doors with zero hesitation. If he starts his training now, he'll be miles ahead of anyone his age. He stands in the middle of the massive library ready to conquer the books. Starting at age 8, he's going to master magic studies and never look back. Looking back at his old life, the real monsters always found their special talent when they were still kids. He spent his time watching them from the sidelines while he accomplished nothing. Now he is part of the Avaram House, the most prestigious noble family in the whole country. Despite all that power, he is still just known as a useless dropout. He stands in the middle of the massive library with a plan. None of his peers are even thinking about studying yet, so he is going to get a head start on mastering magic. Our boy finds the shelf labeled for beginner magic, but the library seems totally picked over. There's only one lone book left for him to take. He reaches out to grab it with stars in his eyes. This is the moment his new life finally starts. He pulls the book out only to see the title is Health Magic starting at 40. He blinks in confusion and starts frantically checking the empty shelf for the real stuff. It is just a stretching guide for middle-aged men. He lets out a scream as his dreams of becoming a magic prodigy instantly evaporate. Our boy loses his mind and demands to know who left this junk here. There isn't another magic book in sight, so he's stuck with the one in his hands. He starts flipping through, wondering if his family has actually been using this as an introduction for generations. The book starts with a lecture on how bodies get old and useless, which is the last thing he needs to hear right now. It even includes a depressing image of an old man that's supposed to be a representation of the reader, but then the author claims they found a secret method to regain their youthful body. This whole thing feels like some knockoff Tai Chi routine, and he's not about to let other mages catch him doing this. He just wants to master magic, not follow some weird health guru's workout plan. Then he spots a name signed at the bottom that makes him stop and reconsider. The author turns out to be a famous magic scholar named Elijah Goldstein, who died 30 years ago. Since this is a posthumous work, Roy starts to wonder what kind of legacy a guy like that would want to leave behind. He flips to the next page to see if there's more to this health guide than meets the eye. The book shifts gears into a chapter about actually feeling magic power. Following the instructions, our boy lies down on the sofa and tries to focus his energy just below his stomach. He waits for that warm feeling to hit, hoping this isn't another waste of time. The text hits him with the ultimate vibe check by telling him that if he doesn't feel anything, he should just give up. It bluntly states he has zero aptitude for magic and should probably find a new hobby. Instead of raging, he actually appreciates the honesty since it saves him from wasting his life on a pipe dream. He takes a deep breath and decides to give the test one honest shot before he calls it quits. He closes his eyes and focuses every bit of his energy on finding that spark. No more guessing games. It is time to find out if he actually has talent before wasting any more effort on a pipe dream. Searching through the dark void, he finally connects with a spark of light. The vibe shifts instantly as his potential starts to wake up. The heat is real, pulsing in his gut in a way he never felt during his entire past life. He is officially talented. Now it is time to dive deeper into the secrets of Elijah Goldstein. The book explains that the essence of health magic is keeping energy moving through the entire body. The first step is pushing that energy out from the center and letting it tour the limbs before it returns to the source. The real trick is making the whole process as natural as breathing to unlock even greater power. Roy realizes this book is not just a simple workout routine. Circulating magic through his organs is the secret foundation for every high-level spell in existence. There is a massive bonus since this routine is basically a magical diet plan. He is more than ready to shed the extra weight while he levels up his skills. He is not just training for himself, he wants to prove he is not the failure his family thinks he is and finally earn a little respect. Our boy is fully locked in and spends every waking moment glued to the pages. He even ignores his meals and the world around him just to keep the grind going. The knowledge hits him like a total vibe check. He is so impressed that he officially starts calling the author his master in his head. This guide is a straight-up masterpiece that is actually interesting to read. He cannot get over how perfectly the logic fits together. Hugging the book to his chest, he feels that pure satisfaction you only get after finishing a top-tier movie. He has learned the basics of magic through a health guide, and he is hyped for what comes next. This book is about to be his new Bible. He is ready to master health magic starting at 40, even though he is only 8 years old. Decision made, our boy is officially starting his training. He kicks things off by focusing on moving energy straight from his stomach. Outside the mansion, things get a little intense as he recalls the author's warning about the risk of death. He realizes he might have pushed himself a bit too hard during his first training session. A familiar face approaches him on the street. It is Van, the guy who tried to warn him about the sword accident the day before. Van offers a sincere apology for his carelessness. Roy is completely thrown off by the sudden show of respect. He suddenly remembers that the sword fight is what triggered his awakening in the first place. Without that hit to the head, he would still be living life on autopilot. He is actually grateful because that accident helped him find a life goal before even turning 8. He accepts the apology and tells Van there is no need to worry. Van promises to pay for any medical bills if the injury gets worse. Our boy is stunned into silence by the sudden show of generosity. Van heads off to class while Roy stands there in deep thought. He realizes that if he wants to stop being the school dropout, he needs to learn how to act like a real noble from his rival. Van is currently fighting for his life in his own head because he thinks he is being cornered. Roy tries to be polite with a thank you, but his creepy smile makes Van think he is being hit with top-tier sarcasm. First period is gym class, which is basically the one thing Roy has been dodging forever. He decides it is time to lock in and actually take his physical training seriously for once. Van is spiraling over the political drama this could cause for his family. He decides the only move left is to keep a close eye on Roy and see what he is actually planning. The girl henchman rushes over to check if her boss is doing okay after his accident. Roy keeps it casual and tells her everything is totally under control. The thin henchman joins in and starts complaining about how troublesome the Spelbia family is. Roy just gives a non-committal response while the classroom starts to fill up with other students. Our boy realizes he accidentally slipped back into his old routine. He somehow ended up skipping class and is currently surrounded by snacks and his loyal squad. Old habits are clearly hard to break. Even with a new lease on life, he is naturally scarfing down treats without a single second thought. The group starts tripping when Roy says he is actually passing on the snacks today. His lackeys are convinced that head injury from yesterday must be way more serious than he claimed. Roy is low-key overwhelmed by their energy and asks why they are so desperate to feed him. He starts questioning why these kids are even hanging out with a known dropout in the first place. He keeps it real and calls himself a sulking loser who barely talks to anyone. The squad just hits him with a wall of silence. The girl henchman completely ignores his self-depreciation and hits him with a smile. She is already planning a massive dinner party to celebrate the whole crew being in the same class again. It turns out these kids are from families that have been allied with his house for generations. They are determined to keep protecting him and making their families proud by staying by his side. Roy realizes his past self was such a snack-obsessed drone that food was the only way his friends knew how to talk to him. Cutting off the sweets leaves a huge hole in their social life. The silence at the table is painful as he tries to find anything else to talk about. Our boy hits a major roadblock when he realizes he was so self-absorbed that he doesn't even know his own squad's names. It's a disaster for his redemption arc. He starts with the tall blonde guy, Stanislav. He seems like a mature student, but Roy can't shake the feeling that something more calculated is going on behind those eyes. The gold badge on his chest is the real deal. It's the Queen's Apprentice mark, proving he was the top student in the last exams. Then there's Felix, the guy with the mushroom cut. He's a piano prodigy, with the cold artistic vibe to match, and he definitely doesn't hold back his sharp tongue. Finally, he turns to the girl with the fox-like eyes. He's struggling hard here, and it's officially becoming awkward because the name just won't come to him. This girl is really out here bragging about her family like she is sitting on top of the world. Our MC realizes she has zero actual skills and just lives to talk down to people from her metaphorical mountain. Roy accidentally lets his past life knowledge slip and compares her pride to Mount Everest. She just stares back in total confusion because she has never heard that word in her life. The entire table goes dead silent as they try to process the weird name. Roy starts making excuses about being tired to hide the fact that he is one slip-up away from looking like a complete lunatic. Time for some emergency damage control. He clears his throat and claims he is just starting a nickname-giving party to celebrate them, finally becoming third-year students. He spins a wild lie about a foreign legend where Everest is the highest peak in existence. The squad is low-key stunned that Roy is finally showing some initiative. The girl is absolutely glowing because she thinks the world's best title fits her perfectly. She is officially obsessed with her new status. Now the whole squad wants a cool name to match the vibe. The mushroom cut guy begs for his own, so Roy just looks at his hair and hits him with the nickname Mash. Roy explains that Mash is actually a legendary tribe from another land. He spins a wild tale about them being respected experts in survival, perfectly covering up the fact that he just named the guy after his hair. The nickname is a total hit, and Felix is officially feeling himself. Now the spotlight shifts to Stanislav, who tries to play it cool while the rest of the squad demands a cool title for him too. Roy drops the name Persian and links it to a noble breed of cats from his old world. He describes them as thoughtful, mysterious, and high class, which is exactly the kind of ego boost a guy like Stanislav loves. It is official. With everyone rocking their new legendary titles, the squad is more loyal than ever. Roy just smirks, satisfied that his quick thinking saved the entire group from an awkward silence. Roy is not done with the surprises yet. He drops the bombshell that he is actually planning to attend physical education classes, which is basically unheard of for a lazy noble like him. Van is stunned by our boy's sudden change in attitude. The scene then cuts away to a quiet town where a horse-drawn carriage makes its way down a dusty road. The peaceful atmosphere is just a mask. Deep in the shadows of the roadside bushes, a pair of glowing eyes watches every move the carriage makes. We kicks off with a light-hearted dress-up session. One of the girls asks for feedback while the crew cheers her on. The vibe shifts instantly when they decide the outfit looks way better on Luca. A sudden clothing swap is executed as everyone processes the change. Fashion is life for young Luca. A promise is made to create a masterpiece dress just for her in the future. Elsewhere, breakfast at the Superbia household comes with a heavy dose of reality. Van's father sighs as he reads through reports of increasing monster attacks in the area. The rising danger in town is becoming impossible to ignore. To ensure everyone's safety, the head of the family is officially deploying more security personnel. Mention of school brings a sharp change in conversation. Dad has a few questions about a specific story Van brought home the other day. Van quietly processes his meal while thinking about how Roy has been acting lately. He fully expected a political trap, but the guy hasn't made a single move since the accident. Van sits at the table, completely lost in thought. His parents try to get his attention, but he is busy wondering if Roy Avira might actually be a good guy. The breakfast table practically flips when the parents hear that name. His dad demands to know what he just said about an Aviram while his mom looks like she has seen a ghost. Van tries to explain himself while sweating bullets. Before they were classmates, he only heard the worst rumors about Roy. But the reality is that the guy is serious about his studies and has a strong sense of duty. He thinks Roy might actually understand the vision their family has for the country. His dad cuts him off with a sharp warning. Dad drops a cold truth bomb. He tells Van not to judge people based on their appearances. Van is caught off guard but tries to defend his logic. He was just following the family principles and wanted to treat Roy without any discrimination. Lord Superbia leans in to drop some real wisdom. Without discrimination does not mean treating everyone exactly the same. Their beliefs are about helping those in need. Lord Superbia shuts down the idea of helping Roy, claiming the Avaram family situation is on a whole different level. He warns Van that his desire to help is just a sign of immaturity, since Roy is not someone they should be extending a hand to. Dad continues the lecture over breakfast, telling his son he still has a lot to learn and shouldn't be so hasty. Later at school, Van walks toward the academy, while his father's advice about observing the world echoes in his mind. He realizes that even if their parents are rivals, there is no reason for him to personally dislike Roy. If Roy really is a good guy, Van thinks it should be fine to become friends and just deal with any clashes when they happen. While Felix helps Roy struggle out of some tight clothes, Van decides he needs to keep a very close eye on the situation to see the truth. Van watches closely, noting that Roy has not actually joined his followers in trash-talking the regular students. While the squad helps him dress, Van decides to just keep observing. He starts wondering what Roy really thinks about the class system. He is so deep in thought that he barely hears his friends calling his name. His intense staring gets caught immediately. Stanislav drops a cold glare that snaps him back to reality, and his classmates tell him he is being way too obvious. On the other side, Roy notices how Van is always the life of the party. The guy is constantly surrounded by a huge circle of friends. He realizes it is probably because Van does not discriminate against commoners. Roy reflects on his past and present, admitting he was never any good at making friends. Every time he tries to interact with someone of lower status, they just end up looking terrified. It seems like his very presence is enough to scare them off. He decides that friendship between different ranks is just too difficult to establish. Accepting the situation, he straightens his uniform and tells his group it is time to go. Roy marches through the doors with his crew, looking like he owns the place. After all, he knows he is special in this life. A bell rings out across the noisy dining hall. Maids weave through the tables while students chat and wait for their food. Van sits at his table with a serious look on his face. He is officially starting his mission to uncover Roy's true intentions. Ellie Sartre is hyped to help the team. She clenches her fists, promising to give it her all. She comes from the family behind the famous fashion brand, Sartor. Her status means she is destined for the upper class and the Superbia faction. The children at the academy have their own social hierarchy. The area for the highest-ranking students is known as the noble seat. There is a secret loophole where commoners can sit in the elite area if a noble invites them. Van decides it is time to start the experiment. Van watches closely, wondering if Lucy is going to make the first move. He is desperate to see how Roy handles a commoner invading his personal space at the elite table. We finally get a name for the girl, Lucy Alticello, though Van still prefers her old nickname, Luca. It turns out she is the same person Roy completely blanked on during their last meeting. Van is confused because her family was technically aligned with Roy's faction, but Lucy explains she was just a regular at their shop. She clearly remembers the good times they had before the politics got messy. The shop visits stop the moment her family jumped ship to join Van's side. She looks down, convinced that Roy's family probably despises her now for switching teams. Van starts getting sentimental and offers an apology, but Ellie is not having it and lands a solid smack on his head. She tells him to quit the pity party since she has finally made it into the upper class anyway. Lucy gets her second wind and decides her main goal is just to grab Roy's attention. She tells the group to step back and leave the rest of the plan to her. She turns up the charm to 11, loudly praising the lovely view and the fancy menu for everyone to hear. Van looks totally embarrassed, especially with Roy sending a lethal glare their way from across the table. Lucy decides to take charge and slams her hands on the table, telling everyone she will be right back. Van is sweating bullets as she marches off to start the next phase, while the rest of the group just watches. Back at the table, Ellie starts having second thoughts as her heart races, with the fear that this stunt might actually go wrong. She is officially in full panic mode, worried that their fake drama is about to cause real problems for their social standing. Van tries to check on her, but her eyes are glued to the scene as Lucy closes in to play her part. Ellie sits at the elite table and tries to offer a polite greeting, but Lucy arrives looking completely offended. The act officially begins as Lucy slams the table and demands to know why a mere commoner is sitting in the noble section. The entire room goes dead silent as Everest points a finger right at Ellie. She makes it clear that commoners have no business sitting at the elite table. Our boy is sweating bullets while wiping his mouth. Everest is being way more savage than he expected, and he can't believe how harsh the shaming has become. Van finally steps in to play the hero, telling Everest she has no right to kick anyone out. He is low-key annoyed since he wanted to keep observing Roy's reaction. Everest doubles down with a smug look, claiming she is just giving a friendly reminder about social status. Ellie sits there blushing from the pure embarrassment of the situation. Finally reaching her breaking point, Ellie stands up with a loud thump and shouts that she has not done anything wrong. The surrounding students start murmuring as the tension in the room hits a peak. The chair thuds as Roy suddenly stands up, silencing the entire hall. He stares Ellie down and asks what family she is even from, since her face does not ring a bell. Ellie flinches in terror while Van panics, convinced that Roy is about to launch a verbal assault. Everyone is losing it because they expected way more restraint from the noble. Van steps up to defend Ellie, desperately begging for forgiveness and reminding everyone that she is his invited guest. Roy hums while acknowledging the rule that an invited guest technically has a right to be there, but there is a catch. He points out that all this unwanted attention is bad for their public image, since a noble has a certain standing to maintain after all. With a cold gaze, he asks them to just give up their spot to keep the peace, which is a power move wrapped in a polite request. Van is reeling as he realizes this is basically a threat of total war between their families, and he has been backed into a corner. The strategy is clear as Roy uses the rules to systematically isolate Ellie from the group, playing the social game at a terrifying level. Van curses under his breath while Roy just stands there with a blank expression. Our boy is absolutely crushing the psychological warfare right now. Roy treats the whole situation as if it is just a burden. He admits they were being a bit too aggressive to keep things polite. Reclaiming the high ground, he decides to let it slide to protect the rival family honor. The entire room is left hanging on his every word. Our boy takes his seat and tells her to watch her step next time. Ellie is clearly not done with this rivalry yet. The lingering pressure is enough to make the air itself feel heavy. Van is barely holding his composure under that unblinking gaze. A wave of paranoia hits Van as he realizes the depth of the situation. He starts questioning if every move was planned from the start. This play for peace feels more like a tactical move than actual kindness. It was a way to shut down the argument before it got out of hand. That sharp grin says it all, marking the moment the trap finally closes. Van realizes he is now in debt to his rival and decides to make a quick exit. Van looks crushed after that showdown. He apologizes for the scary experience while Luca watches on, convinced he is about to cry. Walking away with his head low, Van realizes he didn't get any of the answers he wanted. He can't tell if he was just shut down by the rules or if something else is going on. A firm step signals his resolve. Van reminds himself to stay sharp because his father's warnings about this guy were spot on. The frustration boils over as Van stomps away. He finally sees through the act, realizing Roy isn't some dropout but a cunning fox. Roy waits for the others to leave before finally asking if they are gone. Once the room is empty, our boy collapses into his chair. He was faking that confidence through squinted eyes the entire time, and now his heart is racing. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Roy tries to process that intense stare. He thought he had things under control, but Van looked ready for war, forcing him to fold under the pressure. Stanislav is already clapping, calling the whole interaction splendid while the rest of the squad watches in awe. Roy just sips his tea and maintains a blank expression despite the unexpected praise. Stanislav claims Roy just prevented a full-scale war by repelling the family arch-enemy. Our MC stays silent and keeps drinking his tea, letting his followers believe this was all a calculated power move. The mask finally slips as Roy starts shaking so much his teacup begins to rattle. Clutching his stomach, he announces a sudden trip to the restroom and bolts for the door. Stanislav tries to follow him, but he gets hit with a sharp command to stay back. Back in the classroom, the teacher is dropping some old-school facts about why silence is golden. Breaking down the proverb, he explains that knowing when to keep your mouth shut is even more important than speaking up. Our boy Roy isn't even paying attention, because he is busy grinding a high-level mana circulation technique. It is a brutal training process that drains stamina and evaporates into mist the second your focus slips. Convinced he has finally mastered the skill, Roy starts feeling himself enough to pull it off in the middle of a lecture. A gap appearing in his pants is all the proof he needs that the hard work is paying off. He starts dreaming of the day he enters the magic department as a slim, legendary genius. The vibe shifts instantly when the teacher shouts his name, making his mana vanish in a cloud of smoke. Felix tries to save him by whispering the answer from the side, but the damage is already done. The teacher calls out for Van Spelbia to stand and deliver. Our boy rises to his feet while the rest of the class watches with interest. Van drops some heavy philosophy on the room. A sword is not meant to stay in its sheath. Roy gives his silent approval to the answer. He knows it means a knight has to prove their worth through real action rather than just words. The school bells begin to ring as the vibe shifts. The instructor warns everyone about the constant monster sightings and the damage being reported in nearby towns. The faculty is not taking any chances. They order students to stick to shared carriages or move in large groups for safety. Class is officially over, and the girls are already bowing to our MC on their way out. Mash is feeling himself, claiming he has gotten strong enough to handle whatever is coming. Roy adjusts his top hat as he prepares to head out. He finds the monster situation interesting and wonders exactly what kind of creatures they are dealing with. Roy thinks about how much easier it would be to track monster habits if the internet existed in this world. Real-time data on their size and what attracts them would be a total game changer. Stanislav approaches him and asks if he is planning on walking home again today. Our boy is still stuck in his head, not quite sure what his next move is. He asks the top student if he has any inside info on the monster situation. Stanislav explains that while his father keeps work talk to a minimum, he has picked up on some rumors. Elite patrol units are apparently being formed across the region. They are pulling talent from the military police, private eyes, and even local vigilante groups. The news is a massive relief for our protagonist. Knowing there are organized teams handling the threat makes the whole situation feel much safer. Stanislav adds one more detail he overheard back at his mansion. He mentions it with a bit of hesitation since he only caught snippets of the conversation. The revelation hits him like a truck. Apparently, Roy's own mother is the one heading up the research on these mysterious creatures. Stanislav suggests that her research might eventually reveal the monster's daily routines. Everything clicks for Roy as he realizes his mother is a researcher at the National Magic Research Institute. He plans to question her the next time they meet, even if he is not sure when that will be. A memory of Van reading a newspaper earlier today suddenly flashes through his mind. Decision made, Roy tells Stanislav to take the carriage home without him today. He yells that he is going to buy a paper and takes off on foot, leaving his easy, wondering if he will even find a newspaper vendor out here. The eerie quiet is starting to get to him. He imagines a monster lurking in a narrow alleyway and decides he needs to find some shelter fast. He spots the Lazda bookstore, a small shop named after the kingdom's first queen. It is a grand title for such a modest storefront, but it looks like just what he needs. The door chimes as he walks inside. He quickly finds the newspapers and picks one up with a sense of relief. The headlines are dominated by news of the Eviram family. It seems Chairman Nicholas Eviram is calling for more magic research as a matter of national defense. The article links recent monster attacks to potential demon activity. Roy stares at the page, realizing he is reading a quote from none other than his own grandfather. Our boy is just trying to catch up on the news when a voice from the shadows nearly makes him jump out of his skin. The shopkeeper is not vibing with the free reading and calls him out immediately. Roy is legit shaking after being snuck up on. He stares at the dude and his blue-lensed glasses, trying to process the heart attack he just had. Realizing he was being a bit of a loiterer, Roy tries to play it cool and asks for the price. The shopkeeper does not blink, dropping a heavy 3 per pen price tag on him while kicking his feet up. Bro is absolutely shook by the price of information. In his head, he is doing the math and realizing that one paper costs as much as a whole cake. Time to flex that noble wealth. Roy smacks the coins down on the counter with the smuggest look you have ever seen. The shopkeeper reveals he was just trolling with the price and tells Roy to go back to his fancy carriage. He clearly thinks this is just some rich kid playing pretend in the real world. Roy is not having the disrespect. He snaps back that he walked here alone and is on a serious mission. But the shopkeeper just hits him with a condescending young master comment. Roy hits him with a condescending smirk. A joke, you say, he asks, calling out the shopkeeper for trying to scam a supposedly innocent child by hiking up the prices. The shopkeeper just exhales and narrows his eyes. If you really came alone, he mutters, giving Roy a chilling glare to see if he is telling the truth. The shopkeeper drops a cold warning. You should be more careful with your words and actions, he says, leaving Roy completely frozen and sweating buckets. Roy is internally screaming at himself to hold it together. He compares this man's silence and heavy vibe to the intensity of Van, wondering why he keeps attracting scary people. Roy clears his throat and gives a fake cough. I'm different from ordinary people, he claims, insisting he has his own secret reasons for being out in the city alone. He switches tactics to some heavy flattery. I think shops like this have carefully selected good books. He notes, doing his best to stay on the man's good side. Looking at the quiet alleyway, he mentions how much he respects the atmosphere. The fact that it doesn't show off makes it more trustworthy, he says, finding the lack of flash quite legitimate. Roy calls the place cool and says it feels like a secret hideout. This actually gets a small chuckle out of the shopkeeper. The man realizes Roy is more perceptive than a typical spoiled brat. He admits the kid might actually understand how the world works. Roy lets out a sigh of relief and apologizes for his earlier joke. Then he immediately switches gears and asks for a discount as a way to make up for it. The shopkeeper calls him out for wanting a deal right after acting like a high roller. He insists on the full price for the newspaper but suggests he might be willing to negotiate on something else. Roy asks if he can at least get a discount on one of the books he is buying. The shopkeeper just gives him a skeptical look and lets out a hemph. The man offers a 10% discount if Roy becomes a regular at the shop. Roy immediately tries to haggle and demands 20% instead. The shopkeeper immediately shuts down the haggling, telling Roy that he does not need troublesome regulars. Seeing his deal slipping away, Roy panics and quickly settles for the original 10%. The shopkeeper tries to push a novel subscription, but Roy is strictly business. Fiction is for people who don't have a future to secure. He slams a thick textbook on magic theory onto the counter. This kid is officially on his grind. The shopkeeper asks how old Roy actually is, checking if there are age restrictions on high-level magic books. It is a high-stakes interrogation for someone just trying to learn. A cold warning follows about how dangerous magic can be for a body that hasn't finished growing. Roy isn't backing down, insisting he is just a customer who likes academic reading. Roy settles the bill with his discount and grabs a newspaper to stay informed. He is ready to dip, but the shopkeeper stops him to ask for his name. There is a moment of hesitation as Roy wonders what the sudden interest is about. The man doesn't blink, simply calling him an unusual kid. He points out how weird it is for a young noble to be wandering alone to buy heavy theory books. To the shopkeeper, this level of maturity is nothing but creepy. Roy is not letting the shopkeeper have the last word, his main objective. Out of nowhere, he spots a familiar face and instantly ducks behind a corner. His eyes go wide as he recognizes the girl walking down the alleyway ahead of him. Roy ducks behind a newspaper to tail Ellie Sartre, wondering why she is in such a rush. He manages to stay out of sight while she marches ahead with a briefcase. Ellie keeps her head down and picks up the pace, telling herself that she is almost home. After her friends head their own ways, she starts to feel how exposed she really is in the quiet city. Roy considers checking on her, but chooses to stay back and hide behind his paper. Ellie comes to a sudden halt just as Roy reads a grim headline about local monsters and their growing victim count. Before he can finish the page, a sharp scream rings out. Her top hat falls to the ground as a hulking, scarred boar monster corners her in the narrow alley. It stares her down with a cold, hungry eye, and there's nowhere left to run. Rumors about monsters slipping past patrols circulate while the carriage moves through a deserted area. Stanislav highlights his role as a mandated guard. He claims to be following a direct order from the boy's father. The carriage comes to a sharp halt. Van spots a familiar face outside and immediately prepares to jump out. Alarm sets in as our boy realizes Ellie is wandering the streets alone while being followed. It is the worst possible timing for a stroll. The pieces do not fit. New grudges should not exist after the dining hall disaster, yet someone is clearly on her trail. The atmosphere shifts. Both men recognize the threat waiting just a few feet away. A scarred boar monster corners Ellie in the alley. There is no way out. Van isn't waiting for backup. He snatches a blade right from the guard's belt and ignores the orders to stay put. Action hero mode activated as he leaps from the moving carriage. He hits the ground running while his retainers shout in the background. While charging toward the alley, he realizes this stolen sword is way heavier than his usual gear. There is no time to second-guess his strength right now. Roy watches from the shadows as the pressure finally sets in. He knows he has to find a way to protect everyone before things get messy. This three-eyed beast is straight out of a horror story. It is not the biggest monster out there, but that rugged face screams danger. Reality hits hard as he recalls how even small animals can be lethal. His previous confidence has completely vanished. A quick scan of the area confirms the worst. The streets are deserted, meaning nobody is coming to save the day. Roy is paralyzed by the sight of the beast cornering its prey. He knows he should run while he still has the chance, but his conscience is putting up a fight. He tries to convince himself it is not his problem. Turning his back on the alley, he blames the lack of security for whatever happens next. Her desperate cry for help cuts through the air. Our boy freezes, unable to ignore the tears of someone truly terrified. Something inside him finally breaks. He tosses his book aside and pivots back toward the danger with a sudden surge of resolve. He puts every bit of weight into a charging kick. The monster lets out a pained squeal as the impact sends it flying across the pavement. The heavy beast crashes into the ground with a thud. Roy hits the dirt right after, his body shaking from the force of his own strike. He struggles to find his breath while his heart hammers against his ribs. It occurs to him that he might have been born into this world for a reason. Roy is having a midlife crisis in a whole new world. He recalls his past life of regrets and realizes he finally has a shot at being something more than a background villain. Screaming for them to run, Roy reaches out and firmly grabs Ellie by the hand. The girl is paralyzed with fear, but his sudden resolve forces her into action. This is the moment he decides to ditch the side character vibes and step up as the hero. Dragging Ellie along, he sprints down the alley while his lungs burn from the effort. The beast is closing in fast. Realizing they won't both make it, Roy shoves Ellie out of harm's way just as the monster reaches them. The impact sends him flying straight into a brick wall. He hits the pavement hard and rolls across the ground, coughing up dust and struggling to stay conscious. Reality sets in as he lies face down in the dirt, struggling to breathe through the pain. The monster is still coming, and for the first time, he feels like his second chance is about to end before it even starts. The boar looms over him with its mouth wide open, ready to finish the job. He wonders what the point of reincarnation even was if he is just going to get wrecked by the first monster he meets. Clenching his teeth, Roy accepts the hard truth that he was never meant to be a hero. A sudden blur of motion cuts through the air as Van Spelbia arrives on the scene. Our boy can barely believe his eyes as his rival steps up to the plate. Van looks down with a newfound respect, praising Roy for holding the line and keeping Ellie safe. Van is stuck wondering how a guy with zero training pulled off such a crazy move, ignoring Roy's desperate warnings for him to run. Having seen enough, the golden boy locks in and declares that he is taking over the fight. Despite Roy screaming at him to stop, Van charges straight into the path of the oncoming beast. He brings his sword down with clinical precision. The monster lets out a gut-wrenching shriek as blood sprays across the alley. One powerful strike brings the beast down. Roy watches as the monster's head rolls across the pavement. Van stands over the carcass, drenched in blood and sweat. A terrifying aura radiates from Van as he locks onto his target. Roy can only stand there, overwhelmed by his rival's raw resolve. Every bit of energy spent, Van finally collapses into the dirt. Roy rushes to his side to see if he is still breathing. Van lets out a dazed groan, barely able to keep his eyes open. The two share a brief laugh before the reality of the situation sets in. "You're obviously not all right," Roy yells as Van tries to play it cool while covered in gore. Butler and a worried friend finally sprint onto the scene to provide backup. Roy ignores his own scrapes to point out Van's condition, but the guy is already acting like he is just out for a stroll. Roy is face down on the pavement using mana circulation to jumpstart his recovery. Van looks on in disbelief, telling him not to push his luck after taking such a heavy hit. Our boy slowly pushes himself off the ground, shocking Van with his resilience. He knows he is far from normal, but the results of his training speak for themselves. Ellie can only stare in silence while the butler gets to work cleaning the grime off Van's face. Despite the chaos, Van is only concerned about her safety. Ellie is a sobbing mess as she thanks them for the rescue. Roy is busy beating himself up for being too rough, but Van takes charge and promises to handle the situation from here. When Ellie tries to thank him, Roy immediately shifts the spotlight to his rival. He insists that Van was the one who actually took down the monster and deserves all the praise. Van does not let him get away with it, telling Roy that his courage was the real inspiration. He locks eyes with our MC and tells him he was amazing out there. The tension finally breaks as Roy gives in and thanks Van with a genuine smile. They share a firm handshake, acknowledging that maybe they are not so different after all. Luca watches the firm handshake in disbelief, wondering if these two actually found common ground. Roy finally accepts the thanks, while Ellie is still a sobbing mess of gratitude and apologies. Ellie's trauma is gone the second she realizes there's a business opportunity, already pitching her shop's special services to the two young lords. Roy and Van can only stare in shock as she starts networking right next to a literal corpse. The patrol squad finally rolls onto the scene to take over. Roy keeps his cool, ordering the growing crowd to back off and give them some space. The guards are completely caught off guard when they realize the city's two biggest names just handled a monster threat by themselves. An officer steps forward to handle the paperwork while the rest of the squad whispers about the legendary duo. The patrol insists on escorting them home for some much-needed rest. Soon enough, Roy and Ellie are packed into a carriage, the sound of the wheels on the pavement marking the end of the chaos. Word of the hunt travels fast, and suddenly Van is the talk of the town. Every guard and citizen is bowing to the guy who faced down the beast, giving him the full main character treatment. Looking at his rival, Roy realizes that some people are just born to be the star of the show. Watching the world worship Van triggers a bitter memory from his past life, bringing back the one feeling he hates most: jealousy. The carriage wheel grinds a newspaper into the dirt. This crushing weight is pure jealousy. We kicks off with our boy curled up in bed, completely lost in a deep flashback. This core memory is hitting him harder than usual as he reflects on his life. The vision of that monster is still fresh in his mind. He knows that without Van stepping in, his story would have reached a very messy end. Van moved with total confidence, taking down the beast with a single strike. That level of skill is exactly what a true hero looks like. Even with all that talent, Van was still just a kid with shaking hands after the fight. Roy sees the human side of his rival, but still feels a bitter question rising up inside. The jealousy is real as he looks at the guy who has it all. He just wants to know why Van gets to be the chosen one while he is left in the dust. Frustration boils over as he clenches his fist in the dark. A sudden howl from outside sends a chill down his spine, proving he is still far from being a warrior. Back in the present, he decides it is time to stop playing games. With monsters roaming the streets, he needs to get his carriage service back on the road immediately. Flashback alert: Roy is just playing with paper airplanes until he sees a message from his father. The vibe shifts instantly. He sprints down the hall to catch his dad before he heads out, knocking over everything in his path. No hugs here. His father shuts him down with a brutal slap, and Roy just takes it with a cold stare. Back in the present, he decides it is time for some sibling bonding. He figures since his brother is younger than his past self, he can handle a simple invitation for a carriage ride. He makes the pitch through the door and waits for a response. Meet Edward, Roy's older brother. He isn't exactly thrilled to see him and immediately asks what the catch is. Roy mentions the monster threat to justify the ride. Edward is completely floored when he realizes his brother has been walking to school alone this whole time. Edward reveals he actually stopped using the carriage service a year ago. When asked why he started walking, Roy claims he just wanted to be alone. Edward lets out a heavy sigh at the recklessness and claims he knows exactly what Roy is thinking. Roy can only manage a confused reaction as his brother leans in. According to Edward, Roy only came to him because he is too afraid to face their father. Roy just gulps and shivers while his brother breaks down the supposed scheme. The older brother dismantles the plan, pointing out that their return times do not even match up. He is convinced Roy was just going to use him to get close enough to beg the coachman for a favor. Roy plays it cool, admitting he didn't even think about how to get home. He tries to smooth things over by saying he just wanted to hang out with his big bro, but is met with nothing but silence. The conversation takes a serious turn as Edward mentions hearing about Roy actually taking his studies seriously lately. He stands over his desk with a heavy shadow over his face. Edward vents about the effort he put in to fix the family reputation while Roy was playing around. He ends the lecture with a surprising twist, gripping Roy's shoulder and telling him he played his part well. Edward drops a heavy accusation, claiming Roy has been playing the long game by tricking everyone into thinking he is a useless backup. Roy tries to stammer out a denial, but Edward tells him he will respect his choice to stay independent, whether he stops using the carriage or asks their father for help. He gets right in Roy's face with a chilling warning, telling him he does not care if his brother gets eaten by a monster before slamming the door shut. The rejection sends Roy reeling while Edward finally retreats to his chair, clearly exhausted from the interaction. Left out in the cold, Roy is speechless and can only think about how his brother is unfairly blaming him for the family's problems. Our boy retreats in a fury, shouting back about how he only recently got his act together and that his safety should be a priority. He vows to never rely on Edward again and decides to take his own ride in the morning, while a servant quietly enters a room nearby. Our boy is doing some serious mental gymnastics to prep for the ultimate boss fight. He senses his father is in the room ahead and tries to convince himself that facing him head-on is a power move. He gives the door a firm knock and announces his arrival. The instant command to enter has him flinching before he even crosses the threshold. Meet the head of the house, Lucas of Iram. The man is so buried in his paperwork that he does not even give Roy a glance, making the silence feel heavy enough to crush him. Roy decides to just rip the bandage off and blurts out his request. He asks to have his carriage escort service resumed starting tomorrow, while basically vibrating from fear. A simple granted is all he gets, and the reply is so fast it nearly shorts his brain. Not wanting to push his luck, he tries to make a tactical retreat before things get weird. The exit was right there, but a heavy weight from the desk stops him cold. One word is all it takes to turn Roy into a total shivering mess. His father wants to save on resources, so he orders Roy to share a carriage with Edward. Judging by that face, our MC would rather walk through a monster den than deal with more brotherly drama. The pressure in the room is suffocating as Roy barely squeaks out a response. Lucas orders him to start acting like a proper of Iram and take notes on his brother's conduct. Our boy can't even maintain eye contact while confirming his father's orders. Lucas questions if he even understands the gravity of what was happening behind the scenes. The head of the house reveals he spent the night suppressing the news of the monster attack. Roy is caught completely off guard by the mention of cleaning up yesterday's incident. He tries to stammer out an apology for the trouble he caused. Deep down, he starts wondering if his moment of heroism was actually a massive mistake in his father's eyes. Lucas fixes him with a cold stare and a final chilling warning. He tells Roy to never show such foolish ambition ever again. Roy stands alone, replaying the moment he risked it all to finally be the hero. He really thought this was his chance to finally be the protagonist for once. Across 2 lifetimes, he finally found the courage to step up and protect people. Now he realizes that getting eaten by a monster while saving commoners is just a multi-generational disgrace to his family. The lecture is in full swing, and his dad is not holding back. Getting saved by the competition is apparently a family sin, and the patriarch is letting him hear it. He gets the ultimate reality check. Lucas drops a direct order for Roy to never embarrass the family name in front of the Spelbias again. This is some heavy identity crisis stuff. While his dad tells him to just be a worthy spare, Roy is left questioning if he even has main character energy anymore. Next morning, the vibes are rancid. Roy is stuck sharing a carriage with his brother, and you could cut the tension with a butter knife. Time to play the reformed brother card. Roy starts dropping lines about his regrets, and finally seeing the light regarding his past behavior. He is actually being serious for once. He tells Edward that his recent grind in the library is because he finally found a goal worth chasing. Seeing Van do his thing really put things into perspective. Our boy realized just how far behind he is compared to the actual geniuses of this world. Roy tries to explain that it is not about the physical training, but the mental focus he needs to find. He finally admits to the one feeling he has been trying to hide. Seeing how much better everyone else is has left him feeling genuinely frustrated. His father's order to never show weakness to the rival family is still ringing in his ears. He wonders how he is supposed to hide his fear when he feels so far behind. Our boy starts spiraling and questioning if he even has what it takes, despite his past life experience. Edward shuts the pity party down fast and tells him to stop whining. Edward tells him that his current lack of power is his own burden to carry. Then he asks a shocking question, wondering if Roy thinks he doesn't understand that same feeling. The perfect older brother admits that nothing he has achieved actually came naturally. He had to fight for every bit of knowledge just to prove he was worthy of the family name. Edward admits that he actually envies Roy because he never had anyone he could rely on to help share the load. Roy can only stammer out an apology before his brother tells him not to take it the wrong way. Edward drops a massive truth bomb about his lack of rivals. Stunned by the sudden vulnerability, our boy stays silent. Big Brother correctly guesses that Roy finally has a target to beat. Being saved by his enemy was clearly a major blow to his ego. Van is officially living rent-free in his head. This realization hits hard as the weight of the situation sinks in. The tension finally breaks as Edward signals that the talk is over. Reaching for a special item, he prepares to change the vibe. Out comes a quill made from a griffin feather to represent their crest. This legendary symbol represents their family legacy. Pinned to his hat, the feather serves as a badge of honor. Our MC locks in and finally accepts the responsibility. Scene change to the academy where the squad is still being chaotic. The girl henchman remains obsessed with seat rankings while her friend tells her to drop it. Luca offers a cheerful morning greeting, leaving Everest completely stunned. She doesn't stick around to chat though, yelling about a lunch meeting as she makes her exit. Roy struts through the academy with a new feather in his hat, soaking up compliments from his crew. The good vibes vanish instantly when he runs right into Van Spelbia and his squad. Van completely breaks the tension by waving and offering a casual morning greeting. Our MC and his lackey can only stare in total disbelief at the sudden lack of hostility. Roy is convinced this is some high-level psychological play to make them look like close comrades. He can't stand the idea of Van acting like they've moved past their social rivalry. Instead of causing a scene, Roy just flashes a polite smile and returns the greeting. He's not going to give Van the satisfaction of seeing him get rattled. The mask stays on, but his internal monologue is ice cold. He's more certain than ever that his purpose in this world is to eventually crush rivals like Van. The rest of the squad is having an absolute meltdown over the interaction. They can't process the fact that their boss just played nice with the House of Spelbia. Our MC plays it cool, telling the squad he is just trying to dodge useless drama. The crew looks absolutely floored by his new peaceful mindset. He drops a final command to leave Elie Sartre out of their petty faction wars, right on cue. The academy bell rings out to end the meeting. Over at the Averum estate, a carriage waits outside the massive family mansion. Edward is already inside, passing the time with a book. Roy huffs and puffs as he sprints toward the carriage. He reaches the door and offers a frantic apology for his tardiness. Drenched in sweat, our MC wipes his brow. He admits he lost track of time while getting those morning miles in. He climbs in and gives his brother a casual greeting. The door slams shut and Edward stares back with a stunned look. He can't help but notice his little brother seems like a completely different person. Our boy flashes a smug grin, wondering if his intense workouts are finally paying off. Edward shuts that down immediately, reminding him he literally just started. Edward admits his posture looks better, but that's about it. He brings up Roy's recent begging for a favor, admitting he thought the laziness was here to stay. Roy takes that verbal hit right to the chest. Edward gives him a sharp glance. He is actually impressed that Roy is putting in the work to reinvent himself. Now that the bar is set, he might actually start holding his brother to a higher standard. Roy plays the part of the diligent student and promises to do his best. Internally, he is laughing because he is technically the older one in this carriage. Edward switches gears to talk about graduation. He notices Roy's book and asks if it is what he thinks it is. It turns out to be a textbook for magical studies. Edward plans to follow their parents to Arkham University to master magic and military tactics. Roy gets hyped up hearing about the school where their mother studied. He wonders if his brother is going to become a researcher just like her. Edward shuts that idea down fast. He is following their father's path and says he has no intention of becoming a researcher like Elsa. Our boy is stunned by how cold and formal that sounded. He can't wrap his head around his brother calling their own mother by her name. Edward gets a distant look in his eyes as he reflects on the past. He admits it has been a long time since he even spoke her name. Edward admits he never got enough attention from Elsa to actually see her as a role model. The realization hits Roy hard. He starts to wonder if he was not the only one his mother neglected. Edward admits his path was decided at birth, but surprises Roy by offering to take him along to the university. Our boy is vibrating with hype at the thought of a campus visit. Edward just sighs, already regretting his promise. Roy is all about those second son privileges now. He decides to stay on his brother's good side, even if his sudden cheerfulness is creeping Edward out. Transition to the academy. Roy tosses his coat aside, ready to make the most of his favorable position for some serious magical study. He pulls out the fundamentals book he picked up recently. Today is the day he finally gets down to business. Roy starts flipping through the standard magic textbook, thinking it looks pretty basic compared to those high-level health magic scrolls. But he hits a wall when the book casually mentions that a wand is necessary for casting. He is losing it. How did he not know that basic fact? After rummaging through his desk, he finds a tool and reads that they are crafted from rare magical trees with a high affinity for mana. These things are like nature's batteries, performing a magical version of photosynthesis by sucking up energy from the earth and air. Since the wood is so conductive, wands have to be carved along the natural magical pathways of the tree to work properly. The theory is that you channel mana from your core, and the tool acts as a focal point to release it from the tip. Roy realizes a wand is just a tool to channel inner energy. If he can release power directly from his body, he does not even need one. His mind flashes back to the fight. He definitely used magic during that struggle. There is no way a regular kick could send a monster flying like that. Everything is finally starting to click for him. He finds a specific note about casting without a wand and focuses in. Natural magic is the secret key he has been looking for. In the old days, the ruling class dominated because they were the only ones who could tap into this raw power. The current nobles are all survivors from those ancient bloodlines. Once wands hit the market, everyone got lazy and the old ways became a lost art. Learning to cast naturally is considered almost impossible now. Every once in a while, a rare talent is born who can still do it. Most of the time, it manifests as physical enhancement, which perfectly describes his recent feat. Roy gulps as the pieces finally start falling into place. Turns out natural magic is a secret bloodline thing reserved for the ruling elite. It is not just him either. Our boy realizes his rival Van Spelbia is also a direct descendant of legendary heroes. He quickly shakes off the thought of Van to focus on his huge find. This is for their 12th birthday. Roy is already leveling up. He jumps out of his seat, ready to grind. He sprints down the hallway with a new mission. It is time to raid the library for every single book his master ever wrote. Our boy connects the dots and realizes his master was a hidden goat who used natural magic. A sudden voice from the shadows interrupts his research, asking if he is way too young to be hanging out here. The ultimate boss battle appears out of nowhere, and it is his own mother Elsa standing in the aisle. The atmosphere gets heavy fast as he realizes who just caught him. A nervous greeting does nothing to break the tension between them. He is left hanging while she keeps that intense focus locked on him. She notes how well he looks, even though they are standing right in the middle of the advanced wing. Elsa points out he is years away from being ready for this floor. Roy can tell the lecture of a lifetime is about to begin. He tries to claim he was just getting a head start on his studies. She shuts that down instantly, warning him that self-teaching magic is a dangerous gamble. Roy attempts a respectful exit to get out of the line of fire, but Elsa is already watching him with a suspicious smirk. He is hoping a quick bow will be enough to let him escape the library before things get awkward. She casually mentions that the health magic book she was looking for is missing from its usual spot. Our boy is officially sweating bullets because that is exactly the book he just snatched. While Elsa wonders where the book could have gone, Roy decides his only play is to keep walking and never look back. He knows if he stays to chat, she is going to connect the dots and bust him. The pressure turns up when she reveals that missing book was a personal favorite from her private collection. This just went from a simple study guide to a high-stakes family drama. She looks him dead in the eye and asks if he was the one who took it. Roy tries to play it cool and pretend he has no idea what she is talking about, but his poker face is failing miserably. The guilt finally snaps him and he folds like a lawn chair, offering a deep bow and a full confession. He admits he took the book to his room because he treasures it so much. She takes the news surprisingly well and leads him away to show him where the rest of the collection is kept. Elsa swings open the door to her private workspace. Our boy is floored by the chaotic towers of books filling every available inch of the room. She reveals this is her personal study for high-level magic research. Elsa notes that the Academy Library only stocks basic materials compared to what she has here. Roy suddenly remembers a conversation with Van about his mother's secret projects. It turns out she is investigating the monsters that have been terrorizing the city. He starts to ask about her role at the Royal Institute, but she shuts him down instantly. A single finger to his lips is all it takes to silence him. Elsa explains that her work is a national secret that cannot be shared with outsiders, even family. She makes it very clear that their relationship does not grant him special access. Then she drops a total bombshell and tells him to stop calling her mother. It finally clicks for Roy why his brother Edward treats her more like a colleague than a parent. He stammers through a nervous confirmation while asking if Elsa San is an acceptable title. She gives him the green light, leaving him completely thrown by the weird family dynamic. Roy is sweating over the weird book title while realizing Elsa is baiting him. She wants him to wait until school starts before he dives into the advanced stuff. She explains that the author was a legendary scholar who got kicked out of the academy. The strange book title was just a desperate attempt to get his research seen by the public. Elsa leans in with a knowing look. She asks if he actually understood what was inside that book. Our boy gets excited for a second but tries to act humble about his skills. He mentions that the research on magic circulation is what really caught his attention. He starts fidgeting and asks where the rest of the collection might be hiding. She casually tells him that everything he is looking for is right there. The room is a disaster zone with piles of books stacked to the ceiling. Elsa admits she has no clue where anything is, leaving Roy in stunned silence. Elsa finally reveals the catch. If he wants to find those books, he has to clean the entire room first. Roy realized he fell for the oldest trick in the book. She set boundaries on everything but the books, leaving him to realize he has basically been hired as the most overqualified maid. Elsa flashes a rare smile and tells him he is welcome back anytime. Our boy is caught off guard, trying to process if that invitation includes when she is not actually around to supervise him. She shrugs it off with a casual reminder that the room won't clean itself. Roy can only shout in protest as she starts making her exit. Her expression sharpens as she explains the real reason for the trust. She only wants people who actually understand the value of her work touching these archives. With a final wave, she leaves the rest of the mountain in his hands. Roy is left standing in the dust as the door creaks shut. Silence falls after the slam. He stands there wondering if he just managed to get a genuine stamp of approval from his mother. Time to get to work. 2 hours of intense searching through the mess later. His efforts finally pay off as he finds the target book buried in the chaos. Our boy is just trying to enjoy his tea, but his squad is already geeking out over the latest Sartre brand skirts. It seems the fashion talk is never ending for these noble students. He is definitely not feeling the conversation when he just wants a tracksuit he can actually move in. Squatting for a better body seemed like a good idea until his pants gave up on him during a workout. He learned the hard way that noble gear is not built for training. Magic study is the top priority, but losing some weight is a side benefit he is not going to ignore. The group decides it is time to head back, but our boy is still bummed about the lack of natural magic books. A crowd gathers in the hallway as everyone rushes to see what was recently posted. It looks like the school is officially gearing up for the student council elections. The hallway is buzzing with news about the student council elections. While his classmates are confused about the details, Roy finds the whole concept strangely nostalgic. The official notice board lays it all out for everyone to see. 2 reps per grade are elected to serve until graduation, making it a high-stakes move for the incoming 4th graders. A 6-month election period is way too long for someone who just wants a quiet life. This dude is already looking for a way out of the inevitable hassle. The rumor mill is working overtime, and word is the Spelbia faction is going all in on Van. The mere mention of his rival's name is enough to send a shock through the group. He decides to pull the ripcord on the conversation before things get too political. He uses a dinner invitation as the perfect cover to make a clean break from the election talk. Meanwhile, Ellie is in high spirits and ready to play host. She is beaming at the chance to show off her family's most famous recipes for the entire group. Preparations for the big social event are in full swing as Roy trials his new threads. He plays it safe with the brand choice to avoid any social landmines, and the tailored look is working for him. Our boy is feeling himself in his new gear, but the struggle is real when his buttons start popping. He is convinced he looks way better than before, even if the suit is fighting for its life. Standing in front of the mirror, he realizes the glow-up might only be in his head since nobody is dropping compliments. He pouts as the help scurries off without a word. Determination is the move. He decides it does not matter what they think because he is going to stay on this grind until the results are undeniable. Arrival at Alticello Manor. He is setting a goal to keep the eating modest today because the last thing he needs is another wardrobe malfunction. He is greeted by the head of the house, Carlo Alticello. The man looks like the life of the party and welcomes him with open arms. Roy keeps it professional with a handshake and a thank you for the invite. He introduces himself with a polite smile. Then he meets the mother of the house, Elisa Alticello. Carlo is already reminiscing about the time Roy stood his ground against a monster to save a friend. Elisa notices the change immediately. She leans in with a warm smile, asking if Roy has finally dropped some weight. Our boy can barely contain his excitement that someone finally noticed. He admits to hitting the gym lately while trying to keep his cool. She claps her hands together and showers him with praise. Apparently, the hard work is giving him a much more dignified look. Roy plays it humble, wondering if the difference is really that obvious. He still has that internal gleam of satisfaction. After Roy compliments her parents, Everest beams with pride. She wastes no time and leads the way further into the mansion. The dining room is a whole mood filled with candles and high-class vibes. Everyone is already settled in as the chatter fills the air. Dinner is served and Everest is already dominating the conversation. She tells the table how amazing Roy has been lately, while the guests enjoy the feast. Roy is absolutely loving the spread. He takes a sip of water and realizes even the hydration here is top tier. The food is on another level, and he is internally praising the chef for every single bite. The regret starts hitting as he remembers his diet, but Carlo shuts that down fast. This is not just a dinner, it is a high-level social event where etiquette is everything. Carlo drops a bomb about the upcoming student council elections. The news hits Roy so hard he loses his grip and spits his drink out mid-air. Total chaos at the table while Roy tries to recover his dignity. His mother checks in while his lackey helps him catch his breath. His mind immediately jumps to Van Spelbia being the heavy hitter in this race. Carlo isn't done and announces that Roy is the chosen one for the Averim family candidate. Roy's soul basically leaves his body at the prospect of more work. Carlo is fully committed to the hype. He points out that this year is going to be something special, and there is no backing out now. The pressure is on as Carlo reminds him that losing is not an option. Roy is sweating through his fancy clothes while realizing his quiet life just went out the window. Carlo explains that their faction has been taking some major losses lately. They have not claimed a first-place election victory in far too long. He breaks down the math to show how the noble votes are always split. The Spelbia faction dominates the commoner crowd, making them nearly impossible to beat. Persia looks way too happy while enjoying the chaos. His teammate is starting to panic and tries to shift the spotlight, asking if Persia will be the one to step up. Stanislav is basically the ideal candidate with his top-tier grades and noble status. Being part of the Centrum Dukes makes him a massive power player in the academy. He just flashes a charming smile and says he is following his grandfather's orders. The room is in shock because a Duke's grandson is choosing to support Roy instead of leading. Our boy is internally screaming because his quiet life is officially finished. He has zero interest in being buried in student council paperwork and election stress. Mash is already checking out to avoid any extra hassle. Everest is doubling down on the hype, convinced that Roy is a guaranteed winner after his performance in the dining hall. Roy is dying of embarrassment while Alessa gushes over his sudden character development. She thinks his new grind is promising, but our boy just wants her to stop the hype train. The whole squad is watching the drama unfold with a mix of awe and suspicion. Roy tries to keep a polite smile plastered on his face, but he is internally screaming for an exit. Even Everest thinks he is starting to sound like a seasoned politician. The table breaks out into a toast to support the new candidate. While everyone else is hyped, Roy is mentally checking out of life. Back in his room, the election stress is already wrecking Roy's schedule. He even skipped his morning workout because his brain is fried. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing that being in a Vyram doesn't mean anything against Van's crazy popularity. The odds are looking pretty mid right now. The pressure of his father's warning weighs heavy on him. He can still hear the order to never embarrass the family name in front of the rivals again. Focusing is a lost cause, so he decides to head back to the study to return some books. He hopes a little cleaning session will help him reset his mental. Heading back to the study, our boy almost runs straight into a human wall. The sudden presence has him flinching in pure terror. Standing there like a final boss is his father. Lucas Roy's soul practically leaves his body as he stammers out a shaky greeting. Lucas cuts straight to the point, asking if he has business with Elsa. Roy is too busy sweating to give anything but a forced good day. He knows he is cooked if his father catches him studying magic. He needs a cover story immediately to avoid getting caught. Desperate for an exit, he blabs about being invited to run for student council. He just traded a magic lecture for a lifetime of paperwork. Roy is already mourning his freedom when Lucas suddenly gives him the green light. Now he's officially doomed to a life of council stress. Lucas commands him to stop and walks off with his retinue. Our boy is left alone, face-palming over his own big mouth. Lucas stares him down with the intensity of a final boss, declaring the situation a win. Roy is internally screaming for help while his soul prepares to leave his body. As soon as his father walks away, Roy hits the floor in a mental breakdown. He is left trembling in the empty hallway, realizing he just traded his free time for a mountain of council paperwork. It is a certified bad time. The election hype is officially real. Van Spelbia's name is already up on the boards as the leading candidate to beat. Everywhere you look, people are gossiping about the upcoming race. Everest is practically vibrating with anxiety as she listens to the background chatter. She finally snaps and demands to know when Roy's name is going to be posted. Stanislav thinks it is time to show the other factions what they are made of. Our boy tries to pivot to gym class to escape the pressure, but he can already feel his soul preparing to leave his body. The non-stop hype from his crew is starting to take its toll. Back on campus, he is desperately trying to piece together a political strategy that actually works. He knows the general direction is right, but the winning move still will not fit. It is impossible to focus when his groupies will not stop yapping in his ear. They are bombarding him with all the perks of being popular, and he is reaching his limit. Turns out even his family dinner was hijacked by campaign talk. Everyone is pushing him to run, leaving him zero room to actually breathe. Our boy is losing it because he is just a dropout who has zero business winning any election. He screams at the universe for thinking he could actually handle this. Since his father already gave the official green light, there is no way for him to back out of this mess now. He realizes he is trapped by the heavy expectations of his family. He needs a strategy that will not fail because failure means he is as good as dead. I will be killed if I do not win, he realizes as the pressure starts to sink in. Class is officially canceled for the day. The squad decides it is time for an emergency strategy meeting, which is basically business as usual for this group. Roy drops the news that his candidacy is finally official. I will run for the election, he tells them, confirming that the decision is already set in stone. He puts a hard stop on their energy by telling them they are going to decline for now. Not right now, he says, while his crew watches him with respect. He tells them they have to wait for the perfect timing, which leaves the squad baffled. He simply tells them to listen as he begins his explanation. Roy asks his crew who actually has the edge in this race. Everest is ready to bet it all on him. But the news about Van's massive lead is a shock to the system. Stanislav breaks down the stats, confirming that both factions are currently neck and neck. Even the Academy elite are starting to notice the tension. The problem is that Van is basically a celebrity among the commoners. If our boy wants to win, he has to lock down every single neutral noble vote in the school. The squad realizes their winning window is closing fast. Everest can already feel the pressure as their victory starts to slip away. Stanislav warns that they need to declare their candidacy immediately. He is convinced that playing it safe will only cause them to lose their remaining allies. Our boy shuts him down with a cold take, calling the rush for votes a major misconception. To him, the only thing that actually matters in this game is timing. Announcing now while the whole school is simping for Van would just make Roy background noise. He is choosing to wait for the perfect moment to actually leave an impression. Stanislav is skeptical about the optics of the situation. He points out that looking like a copycat who is just following Van Spelbia would be a bad look for the brand. He still wants some real answers, though. He asks our boy exactly what kind of galaxy brain timing he has planned for this announcement. Roy is clearly feeling the heat of the interrogation. He starts mumbling about how he is still working on the plan while his internal gears grind to a halt. Stanislav turns up the pressure with a chilling look. He asks if this is all just a calculated move to dodge the election entirely, which has our boy snapping back that he is definitely not making excuses. The rest of the squad jumps in to voice their own doubts. Mash wonders if the timing even matters, which sends Roy into a shouting match to defend his logic. Stanislav stands up and takes full command of the room. He agrees that strategy is important, but he insists they need to announce the candidacy first and figure out the rest later. Roy is officially backed into a corner. He realizes his own crew is about to steamroll him right into the political spotlight he was trying to avoid. Stanislav warns that the clock is ticking as final exams get closer. He insists they need to reveal their trump card before the whole school loses interest. The discussion turns to the prestigious Queen Scholar Badge, a sign of academic excellence that usually goes to Persia. Securing it would be a major clout boost for their faction. Our boy suddenly gets hit with a brain blast and jumps to his feet with a point. He claims to have the perfect plan, leaving the rest of the crew staring in silence. Roy takes charge by dismissing the meeting and telling everyone to trust his process. He keeps his poker face steady while the school bells ring out to end the session. Most of the group heads out as the academy staff thanks them for their hard work. The hallway chatter begins to rise while Roy and Stanislav stay behind to talk strategy. Stanislav drops the facade and tells Roy straight to his face that he won't be part of any foolish schemes. He stares him down with an icy and serious expression. The verbal assault continues as he notes Roy's total lack of charisma and public support. Stanislav has been watching him far too closely to be impressed by some sudden change in attitude. Persia locks in with a serious glare, promising to use every means possible to secure a win. He is telling Roy that as long as the announcement happens, he will handle the victory. Our boy tries to keep it cool by telling him to wait for the right moment. Persia is clearly thrown off by how reasonable Roy is acting all of a sudden. The weight of their noble duties starts to settle in as the new year kicks off. They have a certain image to maintain, and there is no backing down now. Adjusting his hat with total confidence, Persia admits that his role as a second-rank noble is to ensure Roy wins. He is officially all in as the ultimate hype man. He is not just making a suggestion anymore. He is telling Roy to just follow his lead. The man is walking with some serious main character energy right now. Persia stops in his tracks to ask for a private word. Roy thinks the timing is actually perfect for whatever he has planned next. Persia offers a ride in his carriage to finish their conversation in private. Roy is more than happy to move the strategy meeting away from prying eyes. Persia tells the coachman to take the scenic route along the river for their trip back. They have some high-stakes business to discuss and need the extra privacy. Settling into the plush seats, Persia drops the formalities and shuts his bag. He asks Roy if it is finally time to get down to the main topic. The carriage rolls through the city as Persia gives his full attention to the conversation. He is ready to hear whatever scheme our boy has cooked up this time. Roy explains that his entire plan depends on Persia's full cooperation. He is aiming for a specific window of timing to make his move. Persia locks in with a stare that could freeze the air around them. Internally, he is practically begging Roy to be serious and not underestimate the situation. He lets a savage mumble slip, claiming that Roy's idea is basically a death sentence. To him, an impossible goal is not a strategy. It is just a fast way to fail. A quick fake cough brings back his polite mask as he claims to just be talking to himself. Roy isn't faked out though, calmly stating that there is one giant flaw in his partner's logic. Roy leans forward with a look of total confidence. I'm only proposing this because it is not impossible. Persia freezes, as if he has seen a ghost. Our boy does not blink. I do not intend to lose either. So please, just trust me. This is a direct hit to his pride. Persia snaps that being a top scholar does not mean Roy can suddenly master a legendary dead language. Roy remains chillingly calm. He flips open a heavy book and tells his friend to go ahead and put him to the test. Persia is done playing nice. He pulls up some complex equations and reminds the MC that he has already cleared the entire third-year curriculum. He demands to know if Roy really thinks he can win an academic showdown. Our boy just closes his eyes and casually drops the correct coordinates before the question is even finished. The poor guy is sweating buckets now. He cannot fathom how the former dropout is suddenly solving high-level math problems in his head. Persia is losing his mind. He demands to know when Roy learned this and exactly how he calculated that specific angle. He recalls reading about this phenomenon. A sudden awakening of dormant talent can sometimes be triggered by a serious head injury. He remembers when Roy took that nasty spill from his chair. He wonders if he is witnessing a literal medical miracle. Roy realizes he might have overplayed his hand. Watching Persia collapse into a pit of despair, He starts to think he went a bit too hard on the flex. Internally, our boy admits the truth. Being a top-tier science major in his past life made learning a new language a total walk in the park. He honestly just enjoyed the thrill of outclassing the school's top student. He admits to himself that he got carried away and acted pretty immaturely. Seeing actual tears in his friend's eyes, Roy panics and tries to backtrack. He quickly confesses that he is still terrible at history to try and save Persia's ego. Roy watches Persia's mental state hit rock bottom and realizes he's accidentally crushed his friend's entire reason for existing. Slumped over in despair, Persia admits that his title of Queen Scholar was the only thing keeping his confidence afloat. With tears streaming down his face, he explains that his academic rank was the only way to prove his faction had actual worth. The weight of his shattered pride finally sinks in, and the silence is broken by a sudden mental snap that leaves our boy sweating buckets. Panicked, Roy tries to backpedal and desperately apologizes, claiming that hurting his friend's feelings was never the goal. In a last-ditch effort to fix the vibe, he lies through his teeth, claiming his sudden genius is just a mandatory part of his duty as a noble heir. Persia wipes his eyes and accepts his new reality, leaving Roy's soul to practically leave his body as his friend admits he's just on a completely different level. Our boy goes full method actor, swearing his sudden transformation was all because he wanted to catch up to his best friend. Sudden shock hits like a truck. Every weird behavior from the past starts making sense through the lens of a secret grind. The lie lands perfectly. The vibe of pure admiration is undeniable, fully sold on the idea of being the ultimate role model for a top-tier noble. Persia is doing all the heavy lifting for the cover story now, reframing every strange move as legendary dedication. Our MC just nods along with the madness, hoping nobody notices the sweat while his friend reaches peak fanboy status. Dropping the facade for a second, Roy declares he is taking full control of the faction. It is much easier than explaining the cheat codes from another life. Commitment is officially sealed. Ready to follow his new idol to the ends of the earth, he has finally joined the ride. Persia accepts his new mission with full conviction, his hands clasped and eyes sharp. The grandson of a duke is officially in on whatever play our MC has cooked up. Sealing their rivalry with a bone-crushing handshake, Van declares they should both grow stronger. Roy just smiles through the pain, sweating buckets as he begs for his hand back. As the carriage clatters away, the weight of his own lies finally starts to sink in. Our boy realizes he might actually have to hit the books way harder than he ever bargained for. The next day, Van is left speechless by a shocking turn of events. Roy isn't the one running for the student council. It is the top student Centrum, and the campus is buzzing with the news. His own squad is on the verge of a meltdown, demanding to know what happened to the original plan. Roy stays composed, claiming this whole twist is just the calculated result of his meeting from yesterday. A quick confirmation between the two conspirators shows everything is going exactly to plan. Meanwhile, Van stands in the crowd, stumped as he tries to figure out Roy's true master strategy. The school is in a total frenzy as the announcement for the student council candidates officially drops. The news that the Avaram faction is running the top student Centrum instead of Roy has everyone losing their minds. Both Van and Roy's father are breathing down his neck demanding a victory. Roy is definitely feeling the heat, but he stays focused on the game plan. Over in the dining hall, the students are busy tearing Roy apart. They can't believe a notorious slacker with bottom-tier grades is even part of this conversation. One girl points out the obvious choice. Centrum is the reliable academic star, so backing him makes way more sense than betting on a dropout like Roy. She adds that Centrum's popularity with the ladies is a huge bonus, even if she's still a hardcore Van fan at heart. As the school bells ring out, Van is lost in thought. He has heard all the nasty rumors about Roy's past, but the guy he's seeing lately doesn't match the stories at all. Van reflects on Roy's recent transformation, thinking the lazy noble finally stepped up as a leader. He's trying to piece together the truth behind who the real Roy Avaram is. The meeting wraps up with a polite thank you, leaving Roy in the back clenching his desk in frustration. Van starts to walk out, but his peers are confused why he is bailing on his own campaign trail so soon. Van lets out a sigh, thinking he might have given Roy way too much credit for a second. Elsewhere, Centrum takes the stage in a packed classroom to kick off the regular faction meeting. He starts dropping facts about the Avaram family legacy and why their system is the backbone of noble society. The girls in the crowd are already sold, swooning over every word he says. Van is out on the floor playing the perfect politician and offering help to anyone with school issues. The students are eating it up, promising their full support to the Spelbia name. Roy mopes at his desk while the rest of the camp gets to work. Everest asks the group for help with new advertisements, and Centrum keeps the energy high by charming every girl in sight. Students are whispering in the halls about how much better the vibe is without Roy around to kill the mood. Meanwhile, Roy stays locked in his books, tuning out the world with some intense study. Students talk about how terrifying the monsters are during their daily commute. Nearby, a girl mentions a famous Avaram song and how impressive the young noble has become. The squad is already handing out victory tickets for a party that hasn't even happened yet. Fast forward 2 months. Our boy is deep in the campaign data as his carriage rolls through the city. Persia drops a bomb about a new merchant candidate named Gerard, who is basically a walking bank for the academy. Roy is completely zoned out until his lackey snaps him back to reality. He hits them with the classic "I was totally listening" while playing it cool. He claims he's glad their support is growing. Even though they're still trailing behind, Roy's poker face makes it seem like everything is going according to plan. Persia is fully convinced his boss is a tactical genius and gets right back to the grind. Roy is feeling the heat as the election and finals start to overlap. He has to maintain his composure and stay dignified while juggling both. The pressure is on, but his preparations are finally starting to click. He knows the initial stage is just the foundation for the real game. Back at the mansion, our boy is grinding away at his desk. He is committed to making this campaign a success. Strategy is everything, and Roy knows he needs something extra to lock in a win. He reviews the patrol reports while planning his next move. Even a tactical genius needs some brain food. He takes a snack break and decides to wrap up his history studies since his current search is going nowhere. Exam day has arrived, the teacher gives the signal, and every student in the room dives into their test papers. The clock runs out and pens hit the desk. Roy lets out a heavy breath while Edward watches him from across the room. The faculty is clearly losing it over the latest results. Even the teacher is sweating as she stares at the names on the list in total disbelief. The final bell rings and class is officially dismissed. The teacher lets the room know the results are finally up, and they are free to go check their ranks. The squad is already itching to see if the leaderboard is shifted. They are heading out to see who snatched the prestigious Queen Scholar badge this time around. The hype train is leaving the station, and the girl henchman is the lead conductor. She is fully convinced this is the moment for Stanislav to take the spotlight for the faction. Stanislav plays it cool but admits he pushed himself harder than ever for the team. He is finally ready to see if all that extra grinding actually paid off. As the group heads out to celebrate their star, they notice their boss is hanging back. The girl pauses to see why Roy is not moving with the rest of them. Our boy just gives them a casual smirk and tells the crew to go on without him. He claims he has a little personal business to attend to first. The squad heads out to check the rankings, but Roy decides to stay behind. He catches Van lounging at his desk and stares him down from the doorway. Roy locks eyes with his rival. He asks if Van realized that he intentionally stayed behind just to talk to him. Van does not miss a beat and admits he felt the heat. He noticed a weird amount of hostility coming from Roy direction all morning. Roy clicks his tongue and gives him a small smirk. He is genuinely impressed that Van managed to read the room so perfectly. The tension in the room is thick as Roy explains he has one thing to say before the real chaos begins. Van asks what he is talking about, only for Roy to grip his collar and officially declare war. Van is caught completely off guard by the sudden aggression. Roy explains that despite his own wishes, his family name and status have forced his hand. He makes it clear that as an Averum, his only path forward is to crush the House of Spelbia. Van calls out to him in disbelief, but Roy is already done talking. He gives a casual wave and heads out to the bulletin board to see how the exam rankings actually played out. Roy catches the look on the teachers' faces and knows things are about to get wild. The stage is officially set for his big reveal. A wave of confusion sweeps through the hallway as students crowd the bulletin board. Everyone is scrambling to see the results for themselves. Stanislav stares at the rankings in total silence. He admits that Roy is truly an incredible person for making the impossible happen. Dropping into a formal bow, Stanislav Centrum admits he has been completely defeated. The board confirms it as Roy takes the top spot, knocking the former star down to second place. Stanislav admits it is frustrating to lose the top position for the first time since he enrolled. Roy just looks at him and asks if he is really that surprised that they finally caught up. Despite the loss, Stanislav admits he actually feels grateful for Roy's existence. Our boy is visibly confused by the lack of salt. He asks if Stanislav is really not angry about having his undefeated record broken. Stanislav keeps the compliments coming, admitting he has been looking for a real challenge for a long time. Roy looks like he is about to short-circuit from the sudden praise while the girls in the back are basically melting. The blonde heartthrob admits he used to be jealous of our boy, but losing the top spot finally helped him get over his hang-ups. Roy can only stand there and awkwardly clear his throat as the emotional weight of the moment hits him. Stanislav makes it official, asking Roy to accept him as both a worthy rival and a lifelong friend. It is a total shift for the guy who used to look down on everyone, but he seems dead serious about this new bond. Stanislav humbles himself completely, admitting that second place is actually a massive honor he does not deserve. He pulls out a flashy emblem and begs Roy to take the title of Queen Scholar for himself. The prestigious title is passed over in a moment that seals their new alliance. The surrounding students can barely handle the sheer bromance happening right in front of them, letting out a collective squeal of excitement. Roy accepts the gift and tries to bring the ceremony to an end. Instead of moving, Stanislav remains rooted to the spot and explains that he has to make one more major move to respect the new rankings. The entire room goes silent as Stanislav shouts his final decision. To make sure Roy takes his rightful place at the top, he is officially dropping out of the student council race. Stanislav makes a massive scene by begging Roy to take his spot in the election. The hallway erupts in pure chaos as the news sends shockwaves through the entire student body. Roy lets the tension build before dropping a heavy, however, to the crowd. He acknowledges the request but makes it clear he is only stepping up to fulfill his friend's earnest wish. Roy officially throws his hat into the ring and joins the race. He declares to the entire room that he will be stepping forward as the new candidate for the student council. The room explodes with hype as the new alliance is made official. While the crowd goes wild, Van Spelbia keeps his distance and watches as the power balance shifts. Van is clearly feeling the heat and welcomes the new competition. Roy matches that intensity, signaling that the real battle for the academy is finally here. With Roy and Centrum sealing their new alliance with a handshake in the hallway, the surrounding students cannot stop buzzing as they watch the two former rivals join forces. Rumors are already flying through the crowd as everyone tries to make sense of the situation. Some students are actually starting to respect Roy for his hard work and his surprisingly deep bond with the top student. Our boy is internally celebrating because his plan to use Persia's popularity worked like a charm. He is finally getting the recognition he wants without having to lift a finger. He calls this the fame laundering strategy. By getting the popular guy to endorse him, he instantly becomes the right choice in the eyes of the entire student body. Persia is hyped to see even the neutral students coming over to greet them. Roy is feeling good, thinking about how his loyal followers Everest and Mash are going to be thrilled by the news. Things get awkward when they finally meet up with the squad. Instead of celebrating, Everest and Mash just stand there with blank stares and give him the cold shoulder. Roy is left hanging while they act like they do not even know him. He thinks they might just be in shock and have not processed the news yet. Roy decides he will just have to reveal the whole trick to them once they get back home. Roy and Centrum head off to the staff room to finalize the official candidate swap. Our boy gives a casual wave as they leave the chaotic hallway behind. Word spreads like wildfire through the academy. The students are in total disbelief that the former lazy noble has somehow replaced the top student in the race. Back at their base, Roy breaks down the logic behind his fame laundering strategy. He explains that using Persia popularity was the plan from the very start. Roy enters the room and commends his squad for their hard work gathering supporters. With a new candidate at the helm, Roy declares that their entire campaign needs a major rebrand. He is ready to pivot their strategy to match his new public image. Our boy does not waste any time and slams a fresh stack of flyers onto the table. He orders the squad to start distributing these as their new primary ads. Everest picks up a flyer and her jaw practically hits the floor. She is stunned that he already has everything prepared, leaving Roy looking genuinely confused by her shock. Roy tries to play it cool by claiming this was the plan all along, but the room's vibe is getting ice cold. Mash looks up with a deadpan expression and repeats the claim back to him. The mood shifts instantly as Mash leans in with an uncharacteristically intense gaze. He wants to know why he and Everest were kept in the dark if this was the grand design from the start. Our boy is internally screaming as the pressure from the squad finally starts to sink in. Seeing Mash this serious has him sweating bullets. He realizes he was so focused on cooking up a way to crush Van that he completely forgot about his own team's feelings. He accidentally made his most loyal followers feel like total outsiders. Panic mode activated. Roy spins around to beg for a bailout, practically telepathically screaming for Persia to save him from this awkward mess. Persia just stands there with a smooth smile that only makes things worse. Roy clears his throat and prepares to lie his way out of the tension. Roy explains that the secrecy was necessary because of Van's sharp intuition. He claims narrowing the team down to just him and Persia was the only way to make the candidate swap look natural. Roy is trying to play the logic game, explaining how everyone's hard work fits into his master plan. Persia isn't having it though, insisting that Roy's own efforts were the real spark for their growth. Persia pulls out a flyer and mentions that he had Everest handle all the design work. The hand-drawn ad features a surprisingly cute sketch of Persia as the face of the campaign. Persia holds up the artwork and asks if the drawing actually captures his likeness. He laughs as he tells Roy that Everest was so into the work that she even ended up with ink on her face. It wasn't just flyers either, as Everest also crafted victory celebration tickets decorated with special flowers. These specific blooms are meant to represent glory and victory for their cause. Even the quiet ones are stepping up, with Mash taking his toy piano on a tour of the older students' rooms. He's been winning over the upperclassmen by playing songs tied to the Averum family legacy. Roy listens in silence, clenching his fist as he realizes just how much his team is carrying him. The weight of their genuine loyalty finally hits him and he knows he can't keep acting like a cold tactician. Our boy finally snaps and bows his head in a deep apology. He shouts out their names, begging Everest and Mash to forgive him for being such a self-centered leader. Roy's soul-searching hits a new peak as he admits his family pressure made him act like a total win bot. Everest and Mash can only watch in shock as their leader finally drops the cold act. He owns up to dumping the campaign grind on them just to focus on his own academic level up. He admits he was so frantic about his studies that he left them to do all the heavy lifting. Our boy starts getting emotional, confessing he was too obsessed with his rival to see his own team's hustle. He admits that beating that special guy was the only thing on his mind. Apology mode activated, he drops a deep bow to say sorry for leaving his friends out in the cold and making them feel like outsiders. Persia joins the apology train, bowing right alongside Roy for keeping the squad in the dark about their master plan. Everest is practically shaking as she begs them to stand up, assuring them that they totally get the struggle. She refuses to let her leaders stay in a bow over a simple misunderstanding. Mash officially clears the air with a gentle smile, telling Roy that the past is in the past. The tension finally breaks as the squad shows their loyalty is bigger than any election strategy. Mash gets a bit sentimental, admitting it feels good to finally be seen for his skills. He is genuinely touched that someone actually vibes with his piano performances instead of just his noble status. Our thin guy henchman is clearly feeling the weight of the moment. He offers a sincere thank you for the apology, clearly not expecting Roy to actually humble himself like that. Talk about a reality check. He admits that without this change of heart, their entire connection would have withered into nothing but cold mandatory orders. Mash stays cool, leaning back as he spills his real thoughts. He always expected their shallow friendship to hit a breaking point where they would just stop talking altogether. The whole squad is absolutely stunned by the truth bomb. They can only watch in silence as Mash prepares to dive deep into how the vibe used to be back in the day. Mash recalls the days of skipping class and hanging out just for the sake of it, even though it felt like a good time. He realized Roy never really saw them as individuals, just accessories to his lifestyle. Their entire relationship was basically just a business deal. They were only glued together by parental pressure and the strict hierarchy of their noble houses. Mash points out that everything changed the moment Roy started using actual nicknames for them. It made the whole group feel like they were finally becoming real friends instead of just political allies. Roy is stunned by the idea of friendship, while Mash confesses he was low-key jealous thinking Persia was the only favorite. Mash brushes off the awkwardness with a giant grin. He tells Roy that he is just happy to see him finally looking at them with a genuine heart again. Looking right back at them, our boy finally gives a soft and honest nod. The vibe shifts as Mash puts Everest in the hot seat for her reaction. She is clearly not ready for the spotlight to turn toward her own feelings. The girl completely loses her cool, screaming about how they kept her in the dark. She is so overwhelmed with embarrassment that she just wants to throw hands to hide it. The boys suddenly drop a respectful bow, leaving Roy completely blindsided by the sudden shift in tone. Everest is a total mess of nerves, poking our boy while wondering where her usual aggressive energy went. She starts flailing around and shouting that everything is fine just to hide her embarrassment. It is a total shutdown of the conversation before things can get even more sentimental. The truth finally comes out as the group admits they might have been selfish to pressure Roy into the student council race. Even the henchmen are sweating buckets, knowing they went a bit too hard with their expectations. A synchronized apology erupts from the group as they practically beg for mercy. Roy just lets out a quiet laugh, showing the squad that he is already past the drama. They seal the deal with a firm handshake to call it even and put the past behind them. The hallway is buzzing with life as students move on from the chaos of the exam season. As the semester winds down, Roy is still the main topic of conversation. After everything that went down, the students walk away feeling like they just witnessed a major piece of academy history. Summer vacation has officially arrived, but the grind never stops for our MC. He is already out here hitting the pavement and working up a massive sweat to push his physical limits. Our boy is catching his breath after a brutal workout. He knows his big debut at the academy made waves, but he cannot afford to let that momentum die out. The fear is that summer break will overwrite everything he worked for. If he wants to keep the students impressed, he has to come back with something even bigger. This dude decides on the ultimate glow-up strategy. He is planning to return from the break and shock everyone with a new level of cool. He realizes that combining magic circulation with his exercise is the key to finally losing weight. It is officially time for the transformation arc to begin. While his rival keeps grinding away with a sword, our MC prepares for a different kind of test. He is packing his things and getting ready to head back home. Like most elite nobles, the family has a massive estate tucked away in the countryside. They are ditching the royal capital for the green fields of Bernache. It is officially time for a fun family trip to the country house. With everyone packed into the carriage, the summer vacation is finally underway. The family road trip starts with the most awkward vibe imaginable. While his parents and brother sit in stony silence, our boy is sweating buckets under his top hat. He is begging for someone to say anything at all while the carriage rattles toward their destination. Summer vacation is finally here, and the plan to fix his reputation worked out better than expected. Preparations for the move back to the main estate start well before sunrise. While the household is busy loading up, he is making sure his personal stash stays strictly under the radar. That secret magic book is coming with him no matter what. A quick check from the staff confirms that everything is ready to go. He grabs his hat and makes his exit to join the others. Altilia Station is buzzing even at daybreak. Switching to a stagecoach marks the next phase of the long trip home. These horse-drawn carriages are the main way to get around in this world. While the regular seats are for the public, the high ranks always travel in style with their own private chartered rides. Our boy and the family always use a private coach when heading back to the main estate in Bernache. This is where the long journey officially begins. It is a hellish silence inside. 4 people are sitting in a tight space and not a single word is being said. Even with the whole squad together, the family vibe is just like this. He is practically begging for someone to say anything at all. He tries to think of a topic that could spark a conversation but realizes his home life is the opposite of Everest's happy family. Maybe bringing up school is the move. One look at his dad's face and he is already second-guessing himself. Even with a big win under his belt, the pressure in this carriage is way too much. Bro is terrified that talking will just lead to getting scolded about the student council election. It is definitely better to just keep his mouth shut. He realizes there is no topic that could survive a journey this long with these people. Since there is no hope for small talk, he decides to just embrace the void. Roy spent the entire trip trapped in a soul-crushing void of silence. A sudden voice finally broke through to wake him up. Edward didn't waste any time on pleasantries. They finally reached Bernache, and he wanted Roy out of the carriage immediately. After being tossed around in that carriage for 6 straight hours, the family finally touched down in Bernache. Our boy was still rubbing the sleep out of his eyes as they arrived at the station. Elsa noticed the sun was already high in the sky and suggested grabbing a quick bite. Roy's stomach answered for him with a loud growl that proved he was way past ready for lunch. While Edward headed off with their father to handle official greetings, Roy stayed behind to focus on the food. He dug into a warm bowl of soup and some fresh bread while his brother handled the family business. The pit stop was over and it was time for the final leg of the trip. They transferred from the station to a private welcome carriage sent directly from the main estate. Elsa gave the green light once she saw the carriage was ready to roll. With everything in order, she led Roy toward the final stretch of their journey home. A trip home might sound casual, but for this family it is a full-blown event. The carriage rolls through the countryside with plenty of security in tow. The Avaram family does not do low-key, with servants and guards leading the way. This return trip looks more like a royal parade than a family vacation. Finally away from his father's suffocating aura, Roy is just starting to relax. That peace is short-lived though, as Elsa suddenly drops a question about the election that has him flinching in his seat. Roy is completely caught off guard by the sudden topic change. Elsa just giggles, admitting she only brought it up because his face was practically screaming that he wanted to avoid it. She sees right through his nerves. Elsa calmly points out that he clearly has a hard time dealing with his father, Lucas. Roy decides to turn the tables and asks Elsa how she gets along with the man. Since he never sees them talking, he asks if his parents are actually on good terms. Elsa seems genuinely surprised by the question. She smiles and notes that our boy has really changed if he is bold enough to ask something like that. Elsa looks back on her marriage, calling it a huge success for the Aviram side. Roy is left blinking as he realizes she just skillfully dodged his question. She plays it off as a joke, asking if it is just because she is so talented. The vibe shifts when Elsa reveals she was actually an unwanted adoptee in her old house. The realization hits hard as she explains her family sold her off to line their pockets. Roy starts connecting the dots about his family history. Instead of a standard noble marriage to seek magical factors from other bloodlines, the Avarams essentially bought his mother as a high-value asset. He is left wondering if her entire life was just a cold business transaction. He respects her genius, but her sudden shift in focus has the atmosphere feeling tense. A violent jolt rocks the carriage, sending the horses into a panic. Roy braces himself against the wall as the wheels screech to a halt. The peace is shattered by a deafening crash right outside the window. Roy looks on in shock, gripped by the sudden chaos. Metal clangs against the roof as footsteps scramble overhead. Our boy can only sit there sweating, wondering what on earth is happening to them. A frantic guard shouts through the window for them to keep their heads down. He warns that an enemy is launching a direct attack from the front. Roy is in disbelief that someone would dare attack them deep within Avaram territory. A dark silhouette looms above, looking down on the carriages. The silhouette belongs to Edward, who has taken charge of the situation. He shouts for all units to release their limits and prepare for combat as the acting commander. The defense formation springs into action under his command. Riders are ordered to turn their horses and encircle the rear carriages to fend off the ambush. The guards responded instantly to the command, snapping into a tight defensive circle. Roy watched from the window as the entire line of carriages shifted into combat mode. A guard noticed a destroyed carriage roof nearby while Roy realized his brother had everything under control. Before he could even finish the thought, A signal flare screeched into the sky with a blinding flash. Our boy is officially panicking. This was supposed to be a simple vacation, but now he is caught right in the middle of a deadly ambush. He gripped his bag tight, his knuckles turning white as he tried to trust in their elite guards. The fear of a worst-case scenario was starting to take over his mind. Bro has checked out. He curled into a ball on the seat, his eyes wide with the terror of someone who is not ready to go just yet. A hand reached out and gently patted his head. Elsa looked relaxed, leaning over to tell him that everything was going to be fine. He swatted the hand away, his face flushed with frustration. He could not understand how she could stay so relaxed while their lives were on the line. Roy is starting to lose it, convinced they are surrounded by an entire army of enemies. Elsa just gives a calm no, cutting right through his panic. Elsa drops the bombshell that there is only one enemy out there. Our boy is in disbelief, wondering how one person could possibly hold off their entire guard. Roy listens closely to the chaos outside, noting how the sounds seem to come from everywhere at once. Despite the echoes, he realizes it is definitely coming from a single source. A sudden shock of static hits Roy, making him jump in pain. He looks out the window, trying to comprehend the insane speed of the person fighting his father. Roy tries to blame the zap on dry air, but Elsa remains focused on the fight. Suddenly, the ringing sounds of combat outside stop as quickly as they started. A mysterious hooded figure emerges from the smoke, with a dangerous glow in their eyes. The atmosphere turns heavy as this new threat reveals itself. The peaceful rural vibes get interrupted when the Avaram family procession rolls into town. Farmers stop their work to watch the massive parade, knowing it is finally time for the nobles to return home. One girl even hopes she can catch a tiny glimpse of the legendary family this year. As the high-security carriage passes by, the commoners look on with nothing but awe. They have no clue that this peaceful journey is about to hit a literal brick wall. Suddenly, a sharp snap cuts through the air as a massive blur rips through the guard formation. The security detail is left coughing in a cloud of dust. As they realize they are officially under attack, a massive explosion rocks the front of the line, stopping the horses in their tracks. The impact creates a wall of smoke that completely blinds the guards. Out of the chaos, a hooded figure dashes over the carriage with insane speed. The driver barely has time to react before a blade flashes right in his face. The assassin clashes with the guards on the moving carriage, forcing everyone into a desperate scramble. One guard screams for the others to get down as the metal starts to crack under the pressure. Seeing his men get pushed back, the big boss finally decides to end this. Lucas Aviram draws his blade with a cold, glowing stare that says the playtime is over. The assassin doesn't waste any time diving straight into the action with a lethal swing. Lucas meets the blade head-on, creating a shockwave that rattles the entire area. He keeps his cool and orders Edward to take charge of the defense while he handles the front line. Roy is left shaking in his boots as the sound of battle echoes through the wooden walls. He wonders what on earth is going on outside, while someone tries to get their attention from the door. Guards scramble to secure the perimeter, shouting at everyone to stay low and keep their heads down. Edward steps up to the plate, ordering his men to fire a signal flare for backup. He draws his blade with a look that says he is ready to handle business. The cavalry is having a hard time keeping their horses under control amidst the chaos. Roy realizes that with his father's insane power on display, there's basically no room for anyone else to help. Taking full control, Edward announces his role as acting commander to the remaining troops. He tells everyone to stop holding back and focus everything they have on a solid defense. Lucas is not playing around, swinging with enough force to shatter the ground while a signal flare pops in the distance. The assassin manages to flip away just in time, but the pressure is definitely mounting. The temperature suddenly drops as Lucas channels ice magic into his blade. The assassin realizes he is outclassed when the very air around him starts to freeze solid. Speed only gets you so far against a monster like Lucas. A piece of the assassin's cloak falls to the dirt as he scrambles to create some distance and catch his breath. The intruder tries to play it cool by asking for a name, but our boy's father is not here for small talk. He just calls the man a fool and prepares to finish the job. Elsewhere, Edward spots more trouble coming in hot and orders everyone to brace for impact. Projectiles rain down on the convoy, turning the entire road into a chaotic mess. Edward screams at his men to hold the line to the death. The guards are shaking in their boots, realizing they are totally out of their league against opponents this fast. Roy is basically a ball of nerves inside the carriage, praying for the fight to end. Outside, Lucas lets out a cold insult and delivers a massive strike that completely shifts the momentum. The assassin is fuming at the power gap between them. He clenches his fist in frustration before throwing another desperate strike. This dude is really going through it. He goes for a desperate explosion of magic, screaming for our boy's father to die. But Lucas just shuts it down with a cold counter. Even the guards are feeling the heat from that intensity. Speed and hate aren't enough to bridge the gap. One clean slash from Lucas is all it takes to draw blood. The look in the intruder's eyes says he finally realizes he messed with the wrong family. The pressure is relentless as Lucas drives his blade forward. The assassin barely manages to flip away from the impact, but he is clearly on the ropes. A burst of light erupts as the intruder decides to pull the plug and make a run for it. Edward is not having it and immediately orders his men to run the guy down. Seeing the risk of a trap, Edward pulls the team back before the chase gets out of hand. Everyone grinds to a halt, left with nothing but the sound of horse hooves in the quiet woods. Edward checks in with his father while still processing the magic they just witnessed. Lucas isn't sweating it, casually analyzing the guy's unique healing factor. They both know this wasn't just some random thug. The name on everyone's lips is Quintus, and our boy is completely lost in the sauce. Lucas is all business, immediately checking to see if his team managed to retrieve the attacker's cloak as proof of the encounter. Lucas isn't wasting a second, heading straight to the barracks to prep a counteroffensive. Edward jumps at the chance to follow his father and learn the ropes, while Roy and Elsa are ordered back to the main estate for their own safety. Inside the carriage, Roy is begging for the lore, but Elsa tries to hit him with a card that children don't need to know. He isn't having it though, reminding her that he is Roy of Aram, not just some random kid. Elsa finally starts spilling the tea on the recent hits against their faction and the Royal Research Institute. This wasn't just a random ambush, it is part of a targeted spree that has been happening in rapid succession. The details are getting grim real fast. One researcher was straight up murdered and completely beheaded right in the middle of their work. It gets even worse for the nobles involved in these attacks. They were found completely immobilized with every single one of their limbs severed. The ultimate nightmare fuel is that these people were still breathing after their limbs were taken. This dude, Quintus, is turning out to be a walking horror movie. The attacker used a wicked mix of fire and healing magic to keep the victims alive through the trauma. Limbs were charred black and left right next to them, turning their survival into a nightmare. Roy is struggling to understand why anyone would be this cruel. Elsa just shrugs it off and says she has no idea, which definitely does not help the vibe. Roy points out that she was nearly a target herself, but Elsa stays completely chill. She casually mentions they would have been finished without his father, leaving Roy stunned by her lack of concern. All the tension just drains out of Roy as he realizes his mom is on a different level. He slumps into his seat and lets her start fussing with his hat. Elsa tries to play the caring mother with a head pat and a soft question about the danger. Our boy just stares back with a blank look, wondering if she even understands how close they came to the end. The guards finally breathe a sigh of relief as the carriage rolls out of the dense forest. With the trees behind them, the group finally feels the pressure start to lift. The carriage rolls on through the quiet forest, but Roy is stuck in his own head. He can't shake the image of Quintus's eyes. For a split second, they flashed with an unnatural light that didn't seem human. Watching the hooded assassin fade into the trees, our boy feels a heavy weight of unease. The encounter has some serious logical holes that don't add up. Recovering from a fatal blow is basically a cheat code, and Roy is desperate to know how Quintus pulled it off. He slumps over in exhaustion, wondering if the assassin is using a high-level version of his own magic circulation technique. Using magic circulation is usually considered a rookie mistake in this world. Most people think moving energy through your body just burns you out and leaves you a mess. Legendary magic scholar Elijah Goldstein didn't buy into the common wisdom. He had a unique take on how to master the flow without destroying the body. Taking it back to a cold memory, Elijah was walking home from the Research Institute one evening. He stumbled across a newborn puppy abandoned in the grass, shivering and alone. The tiny pup was too weak to even take milk, looking like it was just waiting for the end. Seeing its struggle made Elijah reflect on his own crushing fatigue after days of nonstop research. Back in his time, magic circulation was basically just a theory still in development. Elijah started putting in the work to see if it could actually heal people. Seeing the dying puppy gave him a sudden flash of inspiration. He wondered if he could bridge the magic flow through the little guy to save its life. There was zero precedent for this, and it was a huge gamble that could have easily backfired. Still, he decided to roll the dice. The experiment was a total success. With some super precise magic movement, the puppy actually managed to pull through and recover. This proved once and for all that moving mana inside the body does not cause any internal damage. Elsa wraps up the history lesson as their journey continues. A sudden jolt from the carriage snaps our boy out of his thoughts. Elsa looks over and lets him know they are finally pulling up to the estate. Elsa asks if he is ready as she reminds him about the formal greetings with his grandparents. Roy tries to compose himself by straightening his fancy gear. The carriage rolls through the iron gates as they arrive at the estate. Our boy peers out the window to take in the scale of the place. He sits back and tries to stay calm, but the pressure is definitely starting to set in. They finally pull up to the main mansion, which looks more like a royal palace than a family home. Looking at the architecture, Roy realizes just how intense this place feels. He wipes sweat from his face as he thinks about how much more intimidating it is than he remembered. He expected a whole greeting party, but the front of the mansion is silent. Roy looks around in confusion, wondering why the place feels so empty. A guard approaches the window. The house is on high alert after that signal flare, he explains. He tells them to sit tight while they get the main doors open. Butler bows as they enter. "Welcome, Lady Elsa and Lord Roy," he says before leading them through a grand hallway lined with family portraits. They reach the end of the hall where the butler pulls open a set of heavy doors. "Right this way," he says. Elsa keeps a straight face, but our MC is clearly feeling the heat. Roy enters the massive study to find his grandparents waiting for him. Nicholas greets them from his desk, his voice echoing through the grand hall. Elsa offers a formal bow, greeting her parents-in-law after their long trip. Our boy is just standing in the back, sweating through his fancy clothes while trying to stay invisible. Nicholas does not say a word, just stares a hole right through his grandson. The pressure is so heavy that Roy feels like he is about to melt under that sharp gaze. The pressure finally snaps him. Yes, it is Roy, long time no see. He blares out at max volume, his face completely pale from the stress. He is internally screaming about how scary the old man is when a hand suddenly drops onto his shoulder. It is a total jump scare for our MC, who thinks his time has finally come. Nicholas just studies him for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. He admits that compared to before, Roy actually looks like he has been taking his training seriously. Elsa steps in to break the tension, explaining that Lucas and Edward stayed behind to handle the cleanup. She reveals that they were ambushed right outside the estate by the assassin Quintus. Nicholas processes the news with a cold look. He asks if the enemy was really skilled enough to escape from a monster like Lucas. Elsa drops the scary details. Apparently, the assassin healed from a fatal wound instantly and used their momentary shock to vanish. A reporting officer adds that while the assassin was alone, the level of precision suggested he had backup prepared in the shadows. Nicholas realizes he needs to update his threat assessment if his son couldn't finish the job. He plans to get a full report from Lucas later, while our MC just stands there trying to look as small as possible. The grandmother suddenly shifts the mood by inviting Elsa for some tea by the river. Elsa politely agrees, leaving the heavy atmosphere of the study behind. Our boy is left hanging as the women make a quick exit. He watches them leave with sweat pouring down his face, realizing his only safety net just vanished. Nicholas turns his piercing gaze back onto his grandson. He tells Roy that the men will be heading to the garden for a chat, and our MC can only offer a shaky agreement. Nicholas leads the way through a rose garden while our MC follows at a distance. Roy is sweating buckets, wondering what he did to deserve this walk of doom while guards watch his every move. Roy is internally screaming, trying to understand why a high-ranking duke and head of the house would have business with a mere 8-year-old kid. A montage of all his past failures flashes before his eyes, making him realize he has plenty of reasons to be in trouble. Nicholas suddenly calls his name, causing our boy to jump out of his skin with a sharp yes. As they reach a fountain, Nicholas notes this is their first time alone together. He drops the big question, asking if Roy even knows why he is being summoned. Roy stammers, his brain immediately jumping to the worst possible conclusion. He looks at the armored guard nearby and wonders if he is about to be executed right then and there. Nicholas turns back, telling Roy that he is finally a man who carries the weight of the family name. He demands a full report on everything Roy has been up to lately. Our boy snaps to attention with his hand over his heart, shouting aloud, "Yes." He explains that due to the strong wishes of those around him, he has officially decided to run for the student council election. Roy starts to hope his grandfather is finally showing him some respect, but the mood shifts instantly. Nicholas leans in with a cold stare and asks if he actually has what it takes to win. Nicholas makes it clear he only cares about results. He reminds our boy that he has been a total disgrace to the family name up until this point, leaving Roy completely speechless. The intensity in those eyes is like nothing he has ever felt before. This crushing pressure is even more terrifying than anything his own father has ever put him through. A dark aura looms over him as the air gets thin. Roy knows that a weak answer here would be a total death sentence. Nicholas warns him that he better not try to call this campaign a joke. Panic mode is fully engaged as Roy scrambles for a way out. Nicholas demands an immediate response, giving him nowhere left to hide. He clenches his teeth in pure frustration. He wonders why he is always the one who ends up in these impossible situations. Memories of his past life and his current struggles collide in a bitter montage. It feels like everyone else gets to live on easy mode, while he is the only one constantly fighting for his life. Roy gasps in shock as a bloodied Van checks to see if he is even okay. Our MC is completely rattled, unable to process the mess they have both landed in. Roy snaps back that there is no way he is okay and pins all the blame directly on Van. He shouts that this entire disaster is his rival's fault as his frustration boils over. Roy marches forward, frustrated that his dream of a peaceful life is being ruined by this constant drama. He clenches his fist as the pressure to be special pulls him further away from the quiet life he wanted. Bellowing at the top of his lungs, Roy tells Van to back off. He makes it clear that he refuses to lose and is going to take the win no matter what. The realization hits him that this isn't just about survival anymore. He genuinely wants to win this fight for himself, and the intensity in his eyes proves it. Back in the present, Nicholas grills him on whether he actually has a plan for the election. Roy admits he doesn't have a guarantee yet, but he is not backing down from the challenge. He explains that he has been cooking up his own strategies this whole time. He has managed to claw back enough support from the nobles to turn the tide, and finally even the score. Roy stands with his arms crossed and admits that Van is the real deal. He has been working hard to steal some of those votes back, and it is finally starting to show. The real challenge is the commoner vote. Nicholas watches with a sharp calculating gaze as Roy explains the next step. A newspaper reveals the Spelbia family has been busy building up their reputation. They have been siding with the people and making sure everyone knows how much they do for the city. Roy bites his finger as the stakes hit home. If the public finds out Van defeated a monster, the election is over before it even starts. Nicholas taps his cane and gives the green light. Our boy is left standing by the fountain, blinking at the sudden approval. The old man looks down at his cane and tells him to keep cooking up these plans. He wants to see exactly how far Roy can take this campaign. Nicholas commands Roy to send him a report before our boy heads back to school. A rough draft is fine for now, as long as the Duke stays updated on every single move. Our boy stands there processing the sudden win, his stunned silence quickly turning into action. He snaps to attention with a sharp shout to lock in the deal. The sound of a bell rings out across the estate, marking the end of their high-stakes meeting. A loud bell rings across the estate, signaling that a report has finally arrived. Nicholas tells the kid to take a slow stroll through the gardens before coming back inside. Our boy is left standing by the fountain alone as the pressure finally lifts. Standing frozen as the Duke's footsteps fade away, he finally lets out a massive sigh of relief, the pressure vanishing for a split second. But our boy nearly jumps out of his skin when his grandfather calls out one last instruction from down the hall. Nicholas drops one last condition. Depending on what you actually cook up, I might just back you. He marches down the hall with his butler, while Roy stands there in silence. The heavy pressure finally starts to lift as the footsteps fade away. Our MC looks like he just ran a marathon through hell. He collapses onto the ground with a long sigh. He is just happy he managed to survive the interaction. Elsewhere, the rest of the family is gathered for a high-class dinner. Edward is losing his mind because Roy is late to the table. He wonders what his brother is even doing. The grandfather tells Edward to relax. He says Roy is tired and needs some rest. He stays calm and takes a sip of his drink while the room stays quiet. Sarah turns to Lucas with a gentle smile, noting how well things have turned out. Nicholas just stares ahead with a short reply, admitting it was not quite what he expected. Elsa stays silent while her husband finishes his drink in the quiet room. Elsa thinks back on the day with a soft smile, proud of how hard her son has been working. As night falls over the estate, a calm moon hangs high in the sky. Back in his bed, our boy is fast asleep and snoring like a log. Starting the morning with a struggle, our boy complains about the massive meals while he is trying to get fit. Edward just hits him with a deadpan stare and a sight of judgment. A life hack comes from Edward, who suggests just skipping the room service breakfast like he does. Roy is completely shook by the idea of breaking the rules like that. Roy offers a quick thanks, but the older brother is already questioning his next move. He wants to know if that extra time is actually going to be used for exercise. Heading out for a run on the hills seems like the perfect plan for the morning. Edward gives a simple nod and tells him to wait right there for a second. Out of nowhere, a sharp-looking dagger is handed over to our MC. Roy stares at the blade and asks if he is really supposed to be carrying a weapon. Even with guards on patrol, the estate is so massive that wild dogs are still a constant threat. It is a necessary safety measure for anyone wandering out there alone. Looking at the tiny blade, our boy wonders if he could even defend himself with it. Edward kills the hype instantly, saying it is impossible for him, but it might still be useful for something else. He casually suggests the blade is for a quick exit if things get too dark. Roy is losing his mind over the dark humor, but his brother is already walking away. Neither fighting nor taking the easy way out is simple, so he just needs to get used to the weight of the steel. Jokes aside, the estate grounds turn into a massive hunting zone for guests once autumn hits. Getting a feel for the land now is the best way to stay safe later. Roy offers a quick thanks as the logic finally starts to land. Since their grandfather is actually giving the kid a chance, the older brother decides it is time to step up his game. He watches Roy head off, ready to actually act like family for once. Out in the woods, our boy is putting in the work. Controlling physical enhancement is way harder than it looks on paper. One wrong move with the magic, and he is eating dirt. Overloading the legs without a balanced core is a recipe for a faceplant. Focusing on his legs, Roy visualizes his muscles acting like reinforced springs to handle the stress of his run. He is pushing the physical enhancement magic to its limit to see how much ground he can cover. Our boy feels the stability in his stride, but the gap between him and monsters like Van or Quintus still feels like a mountain he has not even started climbing. He huffs and puffs while wondering how he can ever reach that level of power. Roy decides to stop stressing over the power gap and focus on just getting better with his magic for now. He keeps moving forward while the forest remains quiet around him. Finally taking a breather under a tree, he pulls out that dagger his brother gave him and stares at his own reflection in the cold steel. The silence of the woods gives him a rare moment to reflect on his current situation. The weight loss is finally starting to show, which should be a huge flex for the upcoming election if he can keep this up. He realizes that a physical transformation might be the impact he needs to win over the crowd. His grandfather is demanding he keep reporting back with new plans, but Roy knows that words alone will never be enough to truly survive. The pressure from the head of the house is starting to weigh heavy on his shoulders. Roy drives the blade into the dirt, frustrated because he still has no clue how he is actually going to pull off a win. He grits his teeth and lets out a curse as the reality of the struggle sets in. A sudden rustle in the bushes has our boy reaching for his blade, expecting a wild dog. He hunkers down behind a tree, pulse racing, until a pair of fluffy ears pop out from the grass. Panic subsides as he realizes it is just a rabbit, but the relief is short-lived. He takes a closer look and realizes this thing is definitely not normal. The proportions are all wrong, from the bizarrely long tail to the short ears and oversized front legs. It looks like a biological glitch eating lunch. This creature does not match anything in the monster encyclopedias he studied back home. A chilling thought crosses his mind as he realizes he might be looking at something brand new. The creature suddenly bolts with surprising speed, leaving Roy shouting in disbelief. He identifies it as a new ancestor, a rare and mysterious variation of monster. He quickly covers his mouth to stay quiet, watching as the strange beast goes right back to munching on leaves. The tension in the air is heavy, while Roy stays perfectly still. His heart is still pounding as he remembers how little is actually known about where these creatures come from. The forest feels a lot more dangerous now that he knows the ecosystem is evolving. According to the researchers, monsters are just normal animals that absorbed magic and underwent a sudden evolution. These mutants then cross with regular animals to create new ancestors, whose offspring continue to evolve into monsters. Roy realizes he is looking at a super rare ancestor, but the creature bolts into the brush before he can act. He tries to pull his dagger from the tree, but the thing will not budge. Our boy must have been using body reinforcement magic when he first stabbed the wood. He needs to hurry up, so he grabs the hilt with both hands and prepares to yank it free. Channeling magic into his arms, he puts every ounce of strength into one final pull. The blade finally pops out, and Roy lets out a triumphant shout. Suddenly, the rabbit charges back and kicks him square in the chest. Roy falls backward in shock as his only weapon goes flying through the air. Roy is just trying to catch his breath, but this rabbit is not having it. It starts gnawing on his boot like a snack, and he is losing his patience fast. He reaches for his dagger as the beast lunges straight for his face. This tiny monster is relentless, sinking its teeth into his leg while Roy struggles to keep his cool. He has had enough of being a chew toy. He stands his ground, looking absolutely done with this aggressive pest. He doesn't even need his blade for this one. Channeling his power on instinct, Roy delivers a devastating kick that sends the rabbit soaring across the clearing. The impact is violent, slamming the creature directly into a nearby tree. Roy watches in disbelief, shocked by the sheer amount of force he just unleashed. It is over in an instant, leaving the rabbit slumped and motionless against the wood. Our boy just stands there in the sudden silence, trying to process how he became this strong. He starts questioning himself, wondering if his body reinforcement magic triggered on its own. It looks like his training habits have given him some scary reflexes that he cannot quite control yet. Looking down at the fallen beast, he regrets being so rough with it, but a sudden realization hits him, and his expression shifts to pure shock as he wonders if he can still fix this. His eyes go wide as a memory surfaces. Roy remembers his master using a special mana circulation technique to save a puppy back in the day. Rushing back to the fallen beast, he prepares to work. Time to see if he can mimic that legendary healing move. He places his hand on the animal and tries to focus. The theory is simple. Move mana through another body and back into your own, but pulling it off is a different story. Channeling everything he has, he forces his energy into the creature. Giving up is not an option. It is not working. He feels a solid wall blocking his magic from flowing correctly. His teeth grit as his power hits a dead end. He needs a way to break through this barrier before it is too late. A new idea hits him. Instead of forcing it into the rabbit, he decides to test the circulation on his own body by moving mana from one hand to the other. Roy clasps his hands and pushes himself to the limit. The breakthrough finally happens, and he feels the mana start to circulate perfectly. He knows he can pull this off if he keeps going. Transferring the energy to the rabbit is a total fail. Instead of a heal, he accidentally reinforces his own right hand. Something is clearly wrong with his technique. This dude decides to go for a brute force approach. He gathers an insane amount of pressure to crush through the resistance. One massive shout and a burst of power later, he sends everything he has into the creature. The barrier finally shatters. He watches the magic flood into the body and cannot believe he actually crossed the wall. The vibe shifts instantly when the rabbit starts vacuuming up his mana like a black hole. It is sucking the power straight into the injured area. Roy starts to buckle under the sheer weight of the magic drain. The demand is just too high, and he is reaching his absolute limit. Our MC collapses, drained of all his energy. He looks up at the sky and whispers, "I'm sorry?" He sits up and just stares. He doesn't understand why this thing isn't attacking after he's the one who kicked it. The logic isn't working out. He hadn't even made a move, so why did it jump him? This dude wonders why it even turned into a monster. It should have been living a peaceful life until he remembers the hunters. A sudden realization hits. It might have just been reacting to the knife he pulled out earlier. He gets a good look at the nightmare fuel. Spikes, a whip-like tail, and huge claws. Roy just freezes. Even with the power and a weapon, he knows he can't kill a single thing. Roy looks down with a gentle smile and tears in his eyes. He finally sees the fear the creature was hiding. You were just frustrated, weren't you? The rabbit lets out a final tear as the struggle ends. Our boy completely loses it, sobbing over the small body until a pair of black boots stops right in front of him. Still on his knees, Roy huddles over the creature in the dirt. A tall, static-filled figure stands over him with a cold voice. How foolish. Our boy is a total mess, sobbing in the dirt over the small creature. A cold voice suddenly cuts through his grief, mocking him for being so emotional over a simple research subject. Roy snaps back to reality and frantically scans the silent woods. He looks everywhere for the source of the mockery, but the forest is completely empty. The voice drops a chilling reveal, telling him the source is not anywhere outside. It explains that the speaker is actually coming from within Roy himself. Wiping away his tears, Roy realizes this voice sounds just like the one he heard before. It commands him to start circulating his mana if he wants to find the truth. He sits down and tries to focus despite being half dead from exhaustion. He starts to wonder if he is just hallucinating from fatigue until something suddenly clicks. An internal vision of his own body pops up, showing mana glowing everywhere. It looks like the magic energy has already spread through his entire system on its own. His eyes fly open as a massive surge of power jolts his core. Roy sits there in total shock, completely baffled by the transformation happening to his body. A blinding flash consumes the forest as a gut-wrenching scream echoes through the trees. The world itself seems to be tearing apart at the seams. Darkness swallows everything as a confused voice cries out into the void. Then, a pair of boots steps into a single spotlight, marking the arrival of someone who has been waiting a long time for this. This version of Roy has a completely different energy, radiating a cold authority that the regular Roy lacks. He informs the lingering soul that its time in the spotlight is officially over. The balance of power shifts in an instant as this new Roy takes full command of his existence. It is a hostile takeover that leaves no room for argument. Our boy is told he is no longer needed and gets hit with the ultimate pink slip. The salaryman's soul is losing it, demanding to know why a mirror image is standing right there. A chilling gaze locks onto the intruder, dismissing him as nothing more than a ghost from a distant world. Every word drips with a lethal mix of boredom and contempt. The transmigrator secret is officially out, stripping away any last hope of control. Roy just shakes his head, annoyed that it took this long for the soul to catch on. He drops a bombshell and declares himself the real Roy of Irem. The intruder can only stare in shock as his entire world gets rocked. It turns out two souls were living in one body this whole time. While the salaryman was busy eating snacks, the original owner was just drifting in a fog. That one simple accident at the school ceremony changed everything. He tipped over in his chair, and that moment was all it took to shatter the seal. As the transmigrator remembered his past life, the original soul finally woke up. Two separate identities recognized each other in the same mental space. The host admits he was trapped in a heart of darkness while someone else took the wheel. He was forced to watch his own life from the shadows. Using the mana surge from the healing ritual, he finally pushed past his limits. This explosion of power allowed him to manifest a physical form again. The takeover is officially complete. With a clenched fist, he announces that he has finally seized back control of his existence. Our boy is spiraling, demanding to know who he actually is, if this new guy is the original owner. The host just stands there unmoved, letting the salaryman's soul panic as his reality falls apart. A trip down memory lane reveals that Roy was almost a stillborn. His mother fought every single day to keep his flickering soul alive, but he was just too weak to be born into the world. That is when the transmigrator's soul accidentally provided the missing puzzle piece. It entered the void and gave the original soul the energy boost it needed to finally manifest. Host Roy fixes his uniform, giving a cold nod of respect for the save. He admits that without that extra energy, his story would have ended before it even started. But the kindness ends fast when he starts roasting the salaryman for being a joke. He cannot believe someone with the Averam family name would spend their life acting like a weakling. He calls out the loser mindset from the intruder's previous life. Apparently, all the whining about being special was just a sad excuse to keep playing it safe. The salaryman tries to blame his failures on bad luck and a lack of talent. The original Roy isn't hearing any of it and hits him with a question that leaves him speechless. The original Roy soul is back and he is absolutely roasting the salaryman for being a total small fry. He mocks the intruder for only surviving this long because of his lucky memories from a past life and asks if the pressure of being a noble is finally making him want to run away. The original soul starts manifesting as a young noble with a terrifying aura, snapping his fingers as dark mana ignites. He declares that since the reputation of House Averam is on the line, failure is no longer an option. Our host starts walking toward a light leading back to the real world, telling the salaryman to just give up and vanish. The salaryman's soul is in a total panic as he realizes his body is about to be hijacked by the rightful owner. The salaryman asks if this kid really thinks he can win a political election against a genius like Van when he has just been watching from the sidelines. The original Roy just laughs off the concern, acting like the entire student council race is child's play. Host Roy leans in with a look that would make a villain blush, explaining his cold strategy for power. He says that dealing with upstart merchants is simple if you just rewrite the tax laws to specifically target their businesses. He keeps dropping dark wisdom, suggesting they should reward loyalty by crushing the business rivals of anyone who bows down to them. The salaryman's soul stands there in total shock at how ruthless this kid actually is. When the salaryman tries to remind him this is just a simple school election, Host Roy just gives him a predatory look. He wonders why they would even bother being an Averam if they were not going to abuse their god-tier privileges. The original Roy points out that the salaryman is not as innocent as he thinks, reminding him of that time he flexed on those commoners in the cafeteria. Our MC starts sweating bullets, trying to claim it was not that deep. Original Roy just laughs at how naive he is. He says the plan is simple. Eliminate anyone who does not fall in line and have the other nobles play watchdog to keep the order. The salaryman looks at the memory of his friends and realizes this is all wrong, but the original Roy is already calculating the risks of betrayal from his inner circle. He goes full villain mode, suggesting they take hostages from their own noble allies to ensure loyalty. Anyone caught plotting against them gets a one-way ticket to becoming monster food. The salaryman flashes back to when he actually tried to help people. Seeing the boar monster and the tears of those he saved makes him realize he cannot let the original soul take over. Our boy finally snaps and tells the original soul to back off. The surge of magic is so intense, it catches the original Roy completely by surprise. He refuses to let a heartless monster lead his friends. He makes a break for the light, determined to take back control of his body before the gate closes. Roy feels his body becoming paralyzed as the darkness takes over. He is screaming internally because he thought he had the situation under control, but his friends are just standing there terrified. The host soul just laughs at him, realizing the salaryman is still obsessed with his former life. He looks unfazed by the struggle for control. He admits that he clearly did not do enough research on our boy before trying to take over. It is a rare moment of the host actually taking a step back. Pointing to the sky, he decides to let the MC stay in control for now. He is just going to chill in the mental void and watch the drama unfold. There is a serious catch, though. If the MC fails at even a tiny task, the original Roy is snatching that body back instantly. Roy snaps back to reality in the forest with tears pouring down his face. He wipes his eyes while a butterfly drifts by, wondering if that whole nightmare was even real. He looks at the dead rabbit monster and realizes the mana link made him feel its pain. He felt a weirdly deep connection to a creature he was supposed to treat like an enemy. Roy realizes the value of the rare creature laying before him. If he turns it into a taxidermy specimen, it serves as undeniable proof of his discovery. This achievement could be exactly what he needs to get on his grandfather's good side. He just needs to bring back the results to secure his status. He clenches his fist as he leaves the forest behind, letting the birds scatter in his wake. From this day forward, he is a completely different man. The grind is real back at the main house. He pours every ounce of effort into his diet, magic practice, and academic studies. Every spare moment is dedicated to the massive assignment his grandfather left for him. He checks the strategy board one last time, confident that his plan is finally solid. Nicholas sits in his study, looking as cold and calculating as ever. He barely reacts when a knock at the door announces that Roy has arrived for his meeting. Our boy steps into the room looking lean and completely focused. He is here to present the political draft he promised and show off his glow-up. Nicholas gives the command to speak. Roy is sweating bullets but manages to squeeze out a response. Skipping the small talk, Roy stands tall and asks for his grandfather's direct support. Nicholas leans back and questions the boy's strategy. He gives him a cold glare and asks if Roy is admitting he cannot win on his own. Our boy flinches for a second but quickly gathers his courage. He looks up with a determined face and says that using every resource available is simply the right answer. The old man actually cracks a smirk. He tells Roy to keep going, clearly impressed by the kid's guts. Roy explains that a political race is total war. It is not the kind of battle that can be won alone. He realized the truth after listening to his grandfather's words about support and reporting. The real strategy is finally starting to take shape. Roy explains that Van has the Spelbia faction in his pocket, and his influence with the seniors is already solid. Support for Van spreads on its own without him even asking. It is a natural social wave that makes him hard to beat. Our boy is determined to win this election. He has to capture the hearts of the people regardless of their faction. He asks for his grandfather's help to reach that goal. Nicholas agrees but wants to know exactly what he needs. Roy drops the request while sweating bullets. He asks for an introduction to a recommended tailor. Nicholas is surprised by the request, but Roy starts explaining the logic behind it. Suddenly, the entire hallway is filled with the sound of the Duke's rare laughter. Nicholas is fully entertained. He calls the play interesting and agrees to back the boy. The long summer vacation came to an end way too fast after saying goodbye to the family. Roy prepares to head back to the academy. Staring out the window, he feels the first chill of autumn signaling the change in season. Our boy is feeling himself. He crushed his diet goals and officially secured his grandfather's big political backing. He tells the world to watch out, but his confident smirk doesn't last long as a heavy thought crosses his mind. He can't shake that encounter with his original soul. The dude called him a leftover from another world trying to hijack his life. He starts spiraling, questioning if he really just stole a child's body. He tries to shake it off, desperately repeating no to himself. Desperate for an excuse, he tries to write it off as an imaginary friend or a weird side effect of using magic too young. His master's theories still don't line up, though. Gazing out the window, Roy thinks about how his mother supposedly fought to keep his soul together before he was even born. Knowing he can't just spill his secrets out loud, he decides his only move is to hit the books and find a precedent. Our boy pulls up to the bookstore ready to research, but the universe says no, with a giant long-term holiday sign. He's low-key triggered since he specifically told the owner he'd be back today. Brushing off the L, he tells himself the shopkeeper wasn't the one he really needed to see his new transformation anyway. It's showtime. He steps out of the carriage with fresh boots and a custom fit, ready to blow everyone's minds. Feast your eyes on the new Roy of Iram. He's officially dropped the weight, leveled up his drip, and is walking in like he owns the place. Walking through the hallway, he waits for a grand reaction. The crowd just keeps on talking like he isn't even there. Students are just vibing, completely ignoring Roy as they rush to class. Everyone is too busy swapping summer stories to notice his new look. He keeps walking, but the total silence from the crowd is starting to hit different. Our boy is officially in crisis mode. He is sweating bullets, wondering how he is getting absolutely zero reactions after such a massive glow-up. He is literally begging the universe for some recognition at this point. He refuses to believe that everyone is so locked into their summer vibes that his transformation is just fading into the background. Hope is not lost yet because he just spotted his day ones. He is praying Persia, and the squad have better eyes than the rest of these NPCs. The squad finally turns around, but the energy is just awkward. They are staring him down with pure confusion while Roy stands there, wishing he could just disappear. He tries to break the ice with a nervous wave and a good morning. Persia is just standing there with a blank stare, clearly failing to process who this skinny legend even is. The lag finally ends and the realization hits the squad like a truck. Persia's mind is completely blown as the entire group erupts in pure shock. The girls are losing their minds over the upgrade. One of them is so hyped, she does not even recognize him, but suddenly feels inspired to play the piano. Persia is soaking in the glory, but a stray comment about not recognizing Roy almost breaks his focus. He brushes it off and rallies the squad to march into the academy to show everyone who the real top candidate is. Inside the academy, the atmosphere shifts as students start whispering. Van spots the commotion, completely unaware that the main character energy is about to hit him full force. The hallway goes dead silent as Roy makes his grand entrance flanked by the top-tier elites. The crowd is in shambles, unable to believe this sharp, confident noble is the same guy they used to ignore. Van breaks through the crowd and runs up with a massive smile, genuinely hyped for his rival. He gives Roy a warm greeting, thrilled to see the progress he made over the summer. Our boy keeps it cool, greeting Van with a composed smirk from under his hat. He plays it off like the massive transformation was just a simple part of his preparation. Van is stunned by the sharp change in atmosphere as the squad closes in. Before he can even process the new look, the group begins to assert their presence with a fresh wave of confidence. The squad isn't just there for the aesthetic, they are actively crashing Van's party. Persia starts throwing shade at him immediately, claiming they are the only ones who belong at the top while Everest keeps the hype energy maxed out. Persia is fully leaning into the villain arc, admitting he can't wait to see Roy's version of the student council take over. The sidekicks are definitely feeling the pressure, but their confidence is through the roof. The squad keeps up the main character energy with a group pose while Van walks away. He isn't sweating it though, sporting a chill smile like he just found the perfect counterplay. The vibe shifts instantly when the teacher announces the legendary Lazuda Cup Sports Festival. Roy's cool facade starts to crack as the reality of forced participation hits him. This isn't just any field day, it's a legendary tradition celebrating the time everyone united to fend off monsters. It's basically the biggest social event of the year, and there's no way to skip it. The rules are absolute and every single student has to enter at least one event. Roy might have the new body, but his soul is still a lazy salaryman who would rather be anywhere else than on a racetrack. The classroom turns into a total lottery as everyone starts drawing for their specific events. Roy is praying to every god he knows that he doesn't end up pulling a category that ruins his reputation on day one. Our boy is playing a dangerous game of gacha with his school life. He reaches into the box, praying he does not pull a direct matchup against his rival. Jackpot. He pulls the scavenger hunt, and since it is not a head-to-head race, his reputation is safe. He is glowing with relief, knowing he can finally relax. He takes his seat and tries to act casual. Logic dictates you do not pick fights with a literal freak of nature if you want to keep your dignity. The teacher announces the obstacle race and starts looking for 2 volunteers. Van does not even hesitate, throwing his hand up like he was born for this moment. The teacher signs him up but needs one more brave soul to join the chaos. She looks at the class, waiting for anyone else to step forward. The atmosphere gets a little awkward when the teacher mentions they already have Van. Roy watches from the side, sensing that the vibe is about to take a sharp turn. Plot twist of the century. Van turns around with a chaotic grin and nominates Roy for the race in front of the whole class. Our MC is absolutely shook, unable to believe his peaceful afternoon just got ruined. Roy is sweating bullets, demanding to know why he is being dragged into this mess. He cannot believe Van just threw him under the bus in front of the whole class. The rest of the squad turns around with sparkly eyes, putting way too much pressure on him. He just wants them to stop with the high expectations already. He turns to Persia for a lifeline, but his right-hand man just fires himself up for the challenge instead. It looks like there's no escape from this race. The classroom erupts into cheers as the teacher makes it official. She tells everyone to root for the new duo, leaving Roy's protests buried in the noise. Later that day, Roy catches up to his rival in the hallway to demand an explanation. He needs to know what kind of game Van is playing. He tries to argue that anyone else would be a better fit for the class, but Van is not hearing it. He calmly insists that Roy is the only one for the job. Van brings up that legendary kick from the forest, proving he has been watching closely. He knows our boy is hiding some serious power behind that lazy facade. Van notes that our boy has definitely changed lately. Roy just plays it cool, asking if he is only noticing the weight loss. Van walks off with a vague answer, leaving the tension thick in the air. The scene shifts as students head to the next event, and Roy breaks a sweat, realizing his rival definitely saw that magic kick from the forest. The day of the Razda Cup finally arrives and the academy grounds are buzzing with energy. Students are catching nerves while the elitist squad plans to just coast through the event. On the sidelines, people are already gossiping about why the Spelbia faction is taking charge. The class rallies together with a loud cheer to get hyped for the match. The instructor blows the whistle and signals the start of the chaos. The first round of the class tug-of-war begins with everyone pulling for their lives. Roy struggles on the rope and gets hit with a major wave of nostalgia. He remembers this exact feeling from his past life, the classic school vibe of feeling like a useless background character during sports day. This tug-of-war is a total struggle session. The team is already calling it quits, but Van eyes the prize and prepares to drop his secret weapon. A massive stomp rocks the grass as the counterattack begins. Everyone is losing their minds while Van gives the order to pull with everything they have left. Round 1 is officially a wrap. The crowd goes wild as the team celebrates their first big breakthrough of the day. Roy isn't falling for the natural talent act. He notices his rival isn't even breaking a sweat and realizes Van was definitely using body reinforcement magic to cheat the system. Round 2 starts with Van dropping the facade and using his powers right from the jump. Our boy starts second-guessing his initial theory. He knows Van isn't the type to play dirty just because it is easy to hide. The pieces aren't fitting together. Van usually plays it safe, so pushing Roy into the spotlight for his magic feels like a massive trap. Roy is sweating buckets as his brain goes into overdrive. He is starting to suspect that Van is setting a massive trap to force him into using high-risk magic. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the original soul of this body manifests right behind him. The host consciousness is tired of watching our boy struggle and decides to chime in. He tells Roy to keep his eyes glued to Van. He needs to figure out the massive gap between his own basic training and his rival's refined techniques. Our boy finally stops to think about the actual mechanics of the game. He realizes that just dumping magic into random muscles is a great way to look like a total amateur. The physics of the pole are brutal. If you only buff your legs without reinforcing your grip and posture, you're literally just going to launch yourself backward. The secret is a perfect balance. Van is simultaneously reinforcing and controlling dozens of muscle groups to handle the force of the pull without breaking his form. The host soul just calls him a fool and tells him to think back to the strongest people he knows. He hints that the true answer is much simpler than micromanaging every single muscle. Van isn't playing around, rallying the squad for one final push. He activates a full-body reinforcement that leaves everyone in awe as he hauls the rope with insane power. Pure vibes in the stands as the team officially clears the second round. The students are jumping for joy and hugging it out after a hard-fought victory. Roy is spiraling, watching Van walk away like it was just a light warm-up. He can't believe this dude is treating full-body reinforcement like it is common sense. Van isn't letting him off the hook, getting right in his face to demand a real effort. He's shouting for Roy to stop holding back and actually give it his all. The light bulb finally flickers on as Roy realizes Van doesn't even view this as magic. To a natural talent, strength isn't a spell. It is just a choice. Our boy is staring into the void, completely tilted by Van's casual attitude. Hearing a top-tier talent explain away high-level techniques as just trying is the ultimate ego check. Roy is left grumbling about how annoying it is when people oversimplify the grind. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad is already mapping out the final victory. Roy realizes the stakes have changed. Since his class is packed with top-tier talent, he knows that aiming for anything less than a grade championship would be a mistake. A group of loyal supporters quickly surrounds him, eager to see him dominate the next selection match. He keeps it polite, offering a quick thank you while the crowd cheers him on. The girls are already whispering about his glow-up, convinced that he has been undergoing secret training to live up to the legacy of his brother Edward. But inside, our boy is totally tilted, admitting he has zero confidence in the event he just signed up for. The tug-of-war match hits high gear as both teams put their full weight into a final heave-ho. A single powerful pull decides the outcome, leaving one side in total shock. The winners immediately erupt in cheers as they celebrate their quick victory. Sideline vibes are shifting as spectators whisper about how Gerard's class is basically on another level. Roy stays quiet, soaking in the gossip, while the crowd stays hyped over the quick finish. The spotlight hits Gerard Vendimiar, a commoner candidate who managed to organize his class into a top-tier force. People are genuinely surprised that someone without a noble title can lead this effectively. Stanislav points out the obvious play. Gerard is using this sports cup as a massive campaign boost for the upcoming elections. Taking the grade championship would make his political rise pretty much unstoppable. Our boy Roy is busy deconstructing the mechanics behind that victory instead of just being impressed. He admits that Gerard's class is working with some top-tier efficiency, which only raises the stakes. The team matches wrap up and clear the way for the individual events to take over the field. Stadium energy is peaking as everyone shifts their focus to the next set of challenges. The individual games kick off with spoon and sack races, but Roy is internally panicking because he didn't even think to practice for this. He's got to figure out his own event, the scavenger hunt, while feeling the pressure of being watched. Van's heavy gaze from across the field is definitely not helping his focus. The signal drops and the race is officially live. Roy hits the ground running, showing off some serious momentum right out of the gate. People are already screaming about a false start, but the officials aren't stopping the clock. Roy keeps his head down and ignores the noise, focusing only on the track ahead. This is where the training pays off as he activates his leg reinforcement magic. One huge burst of mana and he's basically turned himself into a human rocket. He reaches the scavenger boxes first and snatches his prompt. The paper says blonde hair, which narrows his search down to the perfect person in the crowd. Persia is watching from the sidelines, stunned by the speed Roy just displayed. Before he can even process the shock, Roy is already shouting his name across the field. Roy demands his help immediately, pulling him into the chaos of the race. Persia realizes he's the target for the scavenger hunt and gets moving. A quick whisper to sync up their movements and they're both ready to go. With a shared nod, they kick it into a sprint and charge toward the finish line. Our boy Roy blasts across the finish line and immediately starts playing to the crowd. The official is already scrambling to confirm his scavenger hunt results. Drenched in sweat, he hands over the tag while the proctor loses her mind with excitement. She does not even look at the paper before screaming that he is approved. A quick check of the scoreboard confirms the damage, bringing their individual event total to a solid 28 points. The students are hyped, but they know the climb is not over yet. Gerard's class is still sitting in the top spot with 34 points on the board. The math shows that winning the tug of war is their only shot at a comeback. Taking first place would add 7 points, narrowing the lead to just 4. Losing is not an option unless they want to get stuck in a tie for second place. The squad is already talking themselves into a victory mindset. The third-year finalists step onto the field and face off. Gerard and his crew offer a formal greeting as the crowd holds its breath for the opening whistle. Van notices the sudden change in their lineup and questions if they really think Unity alone can beat his team. Roy just gives him a confident look, promising that he is going to give this match everything he has got. Even though his team agreed to the new positions, Roy knows that a simple formation swap won't be enough to bridge the gap. He starts analyzing the mechanics of the pull, realizing they need a much better strategy to actually win. The crowd goes wild as the team takes their positions on the field. Roy gives Persia a quick nod to make sure they are synced up, right as the referee prepares to signal the start of the match. As soon as the whistle blows, the rope goes taut with a force that catches Roy off guard. He realizes immediately that these opponents are on a much higher level than the groups they faced before. Roy is pushing his body reinforcement to the limit, but the pressure from the other side is still dragging him forward. He can't believe how much raw power the rival class is putting into this single pull. Refusing to let the line break, Roy screams out for everyone to tuck the rope firmly under their arms. He is switching their technique on the fly to try and stabilize their position against the heavy resistance. He commands the squad to face forward and lean back as if they are falling, which is the exact opposite of how they usually pull. The team looks very confused, but they have no choice but to trust his weird instructions. Roy rallies the troops, screaming for everyone to get ready to move. Laying out the technical manual on the fly, he orders the squad to tuck the rope and drop their full weight. Their power finally clicks into sync, and Gerard is stunned to see his own playbook used against him. No hesitation here as the team locks in and starts a rhythmic chant to keep the momentum going. The air is filled with the sound of a synchronized pull, but Gerard realizes they have only copied the surface level of his style. Turns out his tactical edge comes from real-world labor experience moving heavy cargo at a liquor shop. Refusing to let his lead slip, he shouts that his class is still the strongest and won't be outplayed that easily. Gerard sees the rope tilting and starts counting his chickens before they hatch. Crushing the top noble families here would mean the student body votes are basically his. The crowd can feel the exhaustion setting in as this match turns into a pure endurance test. Even the spectators are starting to flag from the sheer tension of the moment. Roy feels his form collapsing as the strain of the heavy weight starts to break his focus. He realizes a quick fix training session might not be enough to handle this much pressure. Just as he starts to panic about his half-assed reinforcement magic, a familiar and cold voice echoes in his head. The original Roy Soul offers to lend a hand before things get ugly. Following the icy instructions, Roy begins to circulate mana throughout his entire body like never before. A massive surge of energy erupts as the host soul finally steps in. The sudden power shift leaves the opponents completely baffled as Roy gives the signal for one final push. The whole squad locks in and pours every ounce of strength into the line. The rope finally hits the ground as the crowd erupts into absolute chaos. They actually pulled it off, and the team celebrates a victory that felt impossible just seconds ago. The squad is seriously losing it as they celebrate their huge win. One of the boys rushes Roy with a huge grin, shouting that they actually pulled it off. Our boy just stands there with a blank stare while his followers start to get worried. He snaps back to reality and tries to wave off the weird vibe. He is sweating bullets while everyone else wonders if he is feeling okay. While the other team sulks on the ground, Roy is having a serious internal crisis. He scratches his head, genuinely confused about how he managed to win that match. Van approaches with a respectful smile and thanks him for the intense battle. The two rivals lock in with a handshake, finally acknowledging each other's strength. Van lets out a big laugh and admits that our MC is actually an incredible leader. The losing team is in a serious state of shambles, wondering how their hard work could have failed them. Roy watches as Van waves a casual goodbye, leaving the battlefield with their new respect sealed. The announcement of their grade championship victory for the tug of war rings out as the crowd celebrates under the tents. Van thanks the squad for their hard work and notes that the only thing left is the obstacle course between him and Roy. Our boy flashes a confident grin and promises to sweep the overall championship, which leaves his friends looking completely stunned. The squad tries to ground him by pointing out their class only has 35 points and is facing some serious competition. Looking at the scoreboard, it is clear they are trailing behind the upperclassmen and Roy's group, who are already sitting in the lead. To pull off a comeback win, they have to secure first place in the obstacle course and hit the 50-point milestone. Facing 60 rivals and upperclassmen who are basically military recruits, Van prepares for the final match to become a total war zone. Van is officially throwing down the gauntlet. He clenches his fist with a look that says he is coming for that top spot. The news hits the squad like a truck. While everyone else is screaming in confusion, the blonde leader of the group just takes it all in. Van is genuinely surprised to have a noble like Stanislav on his side for once. Stanislav just keeps it real, stating that his understanding of Roy goes way deeper. He points out how the upperclassmen dominated the field last year. It was a blowout that left them with zero room to move. This year is different because the class finally has 2 students with freakish levels of talent. The rest of the students are just standing there loading while Van starts to enjoy the chaos. Mash is not sold on the idea, pointing out that our MC is usually the king of skipping physical education. The girl next to him has to tell him to pipe down before he ruins the moment. Our boy feels a chill down his spine and realizes the spotlight is burning a hole in his back. He turns around only to find the 2 biggest rivals in school staring him down with pure intensity. Persia and Everest are both locked in, determined to ride Roy's coattails all the way to a championship. While Persia wants to match his father's legend, Everest is just happy they won't be getting outplayed by the Spelbia faction. Persia doubles down on the hype, claiming that showing some teamwork will make Roy's popularity hit an all-time high. Our boy is completely cornered and forced to agree, even though his soul is basically leaving his body. The local fangirls are absolutely eating this up, praising Roy for hiding his true power like some kind of main character. Roy is just standing there glitching, realizing he's trapped himself in a promise he definitely didn't mean to make. Van doesn't waste a second and dashes toward the field, shouting about taking home the gold. Roy is left behind screaming for his life as the rest of the students start gathering for the main event. Elsewhere, Persia is busy explaining to the squad that Roy's glow-up was all part of a top-secret summer training regime. The crew is totally buying it, finally making sense of why their lazy boss is suddenly looking so athletic. In reality, Persia is just making stuff up on the fly to keep the vibe going. He's sitting on some massive leaks from his grandpa about Roy saving a classmate from a monster, but he's not ready to drop that lore just yet. He starts connecting the dots, remembering Roy's weirdly fast dash and his superhuman strength during the tug of war. All the signs point to a single mysterious incident that changed the course of Roy's life. If Roy really did unlock some secret physical ability back then, he might actually stand a chance. Persia is convinced that even this high-pressure situation won't be enough to stop our boy's momentum. Roy is out here slapping some focus into himself before the chaos begins. While the other students gather around, Van and Everest are already giving off major winner energy. They look ready to take charge and leave everyone else in the dust. Check out the course map for the grand finale. This obstacle run is the main event of the Razda Cup, and the rules are simple. Overcome every hurdle and cross the finish line first. Pure hype is radiating from the crowd as the highlight competition finally kicks off. Roy and Mash are already on the field with their sandbags, ready to see if all that summer training was actually worth it. Doubt is already filling the stands as some students wonder if the lower-classmen even stand a chance. Mash is staying cool, but everyone knows the physical gap between the years is a massive hurdle. Seeing the difference in raw power is a major reality check. These upperclassmen are built like tanks and carry their heavy bags like they are light as feathers, making the experience gap look terrifying. Underdogs actually have a fighting chance thanks to a heavily weighted point system. The freshmen can bag a whopping 70 points for a win, while the seniors are only playing for 15. Roy's team is fully locked in on securing that overall championship for the class. They are all in on his vision, but the behavior of the 6th-year students is starting to look a little suspicious. Confusion hits the starting line as the top contenders make a bizarre move. Instead of prepping to run, favorites like Altman and Claus have just dropped their bags and are chilling at the back. Everyone takes their mark and grips their sandbags tight, waiting for the one signal that changes everything. The race kicks off with a total shocker as the upperclassmen start working together to pull off some high-speed team maneuvers. Sandbags are flying through the air as the strategy gets wilder, but even these crazy tricks can't keep up with Roy and Van's raw speed. The crowd goes wild for the human catapult strategy, a reckless move that launches the 2 aces into the lead at the cost of their teammates. Our boy Roy is right on Van's heels and isn't letting up for a single second, finally calling out his rival in the heat of the race. A 6th-year senior intercepts them with a cold stare, admitting they have spent years prepping a specialized counter for this exact moment. The upperclassman makes his move to shut down the freshman once and for all, determined to keep the championship title with the graduating class. Roy is leading the pack, and the senior right behind him is visibly rattled. He can't reconcile this elite speed with the lazy noble he used to know. Looking at the back of Roy's head, the senior realizes his mental image of the dropout is completely outdated. The shock is real as he struggles to keep pace. Teamwork makes the dream work. One of the upperclassmen slams against the wall to serve as a human stepping stone, and Roy calls for the boost. Every moment counts in this high-stakes race. Claus holds the line while Roy uses him to vault the obstacle, leaving the rest of the seniors in the dust. Using body reinforcement magic is a double-edged sword. It provides a massive power boost, but handling tight corners with a heavy bag becomes a nightmare. The sound of a distant bell signals that someone has already cleared the checkpoint in first place. Roy is stunned by the gap, realizing his rivals are moving even faster than expected. Before he can even process the lead, a blur of motion clears the wall right next to him. Everest isn't letting up for a second as she vaults ahead with perfect form. Everest waves goodbye as she vaults past. Our boy is left in the dust, completely floored by her insane agility. She hits the landing with perfect form and keeps her momentum going without breaking a sweat. Roy is gasping for air while lugging his heavy sandbag. He shouts out in frustration, wondering if what she just did is even legal. The pack is pure chaos as the top-tier students pull away. One of the rivals screams in terror as the elite runners leave him behind. They finally reach the trench and prepare for the next phase. Time to drop the weight and clear the gap. Fans in the stands are losing their minds as the lead swaps in real time. Roy just got past, but he is already looking toward the next hurdle. The balance beams are the ultimate run killer. One slip sends you back to the start, so Roy focuses every bit of his mana on his footing. Roy hits the jets on the straightaway. One of the rivals watches him pull away with wide eyes. If it is a straight line, I will not lose, he thinks while pushing even harder. He vaults over the obstacle with perfect form. A spectator shouts in disbelief that he finished the whole section in just 4 steps. The fangirls are going wild, screaming his name as he passes the stands. Gasping for air, he checks the list for the next hurdle. He rounds the corner of the hay maze and stops dead. Someone is standing right in his way. There is Van just standing around with a hand on his hip. He looks at Roy and tells him he is late. Roy just stands there, flabbergasted by the encounter. Roy points back at the seniors who are pulling ahead of them. Van just sighs and starts to give an explanation. Meanwhile, Everest is busy rustling through the hay in the background. Van holds up his foot to show that the sole of his shoe is completely detached. Roy stares at the wreckage, wondering how it even got that bad. He asks what kind of movement could possibly tear a boot apart. Roy warns him that the upperclassmen are going to catch up any second. Van just gives a calm response, seemingly unbothered by the pressure. They are losing precious time while the lead slips away. Roy decides to take matters into his own hands and grabs Van by the waist. Van is left stuttering in confusion as he is suddenly hoisted off the ground by the MC. With a massive heave, Roy launches Van into the air like a human projectile. "Go, Van," he shouts while the blonde noble screams in pure terror as he hurtles toward the finish line. Van sails across the goal to secure the championship for their class. Back at the maze, Roy is collapsed face down in the grass, completely drained from that final effort. Staring back at his rival, Van is speechless that Roy would sacrifice his own glory for the team. He admits that our MC is absolutely unhinged for prioritizing the win over his personal rank. Meanwhile, Everest is frantically tossing straw around to clear a path. She looks back with a panicked expression, wondering why the crowd is already cheering for a winner. The maze turns into a total circus as the other students find their own wild ways to clear the obstacles. Everest can only watch in shock as her classmates literally vault over the hay walls instead of following the path. One of the rivals gives a polite bow before sprinting off to the next section. "Pardon me," he says with a smug grin, leaving the rest of the pack to figure out the maze on their own. The upperclassmen are losing their focus as the younger students blow past them. One senior is frustrated, yelling about the runts taking over the lead. The girls in the crowd are screaming because Roy just took first place. He is currently in the dirt, crawling under a net while the fans go wild. Roy grunts as he drags himself through the mud, knowing there is only one obstacle left before the finish line. He keeps his eyes on the prize and keeps moving. He sprints past a row of flags while the proctor rings a bell to signal his arrival. The final stretch is wide open and he is not slowing down. Roy snatches a flag from the stand while realizing he might actually win the whole race. He does not waste a single second, immediately turning to face the final challenge. He grinds to a halt and stares up at a slanted wall that looks like a nightmare. He wonders if he really has to climb that thing while holding onto his flag. The host soul tells him to stop hesitating and just go for it. Roy takes a deep breath, hits a full sprint, and launches himself onto the rope with everything he has left. Roy is gritting his teeth as the internal manual tells him to use the rope's momentum to his advantage. It is a total vertical grind. "Switch hands now," the voice snaps. Roy executes the move perfectly, hitting the top with a burst of speed that leaves everyone watching breathless. He has the flag, but an upperclassman is blocking the path, calling him out for playing dirty. Roy is not backing down an inch, making it clear she is going nowhere. This senior is taking the loss hard, claiming she will hold the line until her team arrives just to avoid the shame of losing to a known dropout. She thinks he is just a stain on his family name. Roy's gaze turns ice cold, forcing the girl to actually pause. He is tired of people acting like his success is a personal insult to them. The familiar weight of being a worthless person starts bubbling up from his memories. He has spent a lifetime being told what he can and cannot do by people who just want to keep him down. The atmosphere shifts as Roy decides he is done with the gatekeeping. If the world is dead set on being an obstacle, then he is ready to tear it down. An upperclassman blocks the path with a dark aura, determined to put the dropout in his place. Roy is sweating under the pressure as she makes it clear he is not going anywhere. They trade blows mid-air in a chaotic grapple for the flag. Roy struggles to maintain his grip while dodging her aggressive strikes. Van suddenly drops in and grabs the pole, stopping the fight in its tracks. He looks Roy in the eyes with a serious expression, signaling that the game has changed. Van flashes a confident smile and suggests they finish this as a team. Roy accepts the proposal with a nod, officially forming a powerhouse duo for the final stretch. The senior collapses on the ledge from total exhaustion, leaving the path wide open. Van stands tall and looks toward the pumpkins marking the final goal. Van explains that stealing the flag is a valid tactic and offers her one last chance to stop them. Roy looks on from the side, watching his rival take charge of the situation. She shakes her head and admits she has no energy left to fight. The victory is officially within their reach. Roy gives the signal to wrap things up. Van makes his move and plants the flag firmly into the goal, ending the race right then and there. The announcer makes it official and names Van Superbia the winner. The whole stadium goes wild as he stands on top of the goal with the flag held high. Roy is looking drained and pretty salty about the results. He decides he has seen enough and walks away before the celebration even really kicks off. Van turns back to his crew to make sure they all feel like part of the win. Everest is touched by his leadership, realizing they are looking at the future of the whole country. It is trophy time as Van is presented with a giant basket of fruit. The crowd keeps the energy high, cheering for their favorite noble as he takes the stage. Roy reflects on the match and admits that a victory handed to him wouldn't be a real win. He decides to show some class anyway, joining the rest of the fans in a round of applause. Roy accepts the loss but keeps his head up by remembering he still aced his exams. Over on the stage, Van thanks the crowd for their support and calls the win his greatest pride. Van stands front and center with a laurel wreath on his head, shouting his heart out to the upperclassmen. He admits he might have been rude but insists he gave it everything he had. This guy is really going for the main character energy right now. He screams about having to prove he can protect everyone as the top student while Roy just watches from the sidelines with a totally blank stare. Fist raised high, our rival doubles down on the big speech. He tells the whole crowd to follow his lead and promises to turn this place into the best school ever. The entire stadium erupts into massive cheers for the new hero. Roy stands there looking completely short-circuited as the crowd loses their minds over Van's performance in the cup. Elsewhere, the squad is already mourning their political life. They realize Van's popularity just hit the ceiling, and it looks like the upcoming student council election is about to get messy. Back at the manor, Van is riding the high and bragging to his dad about all the new fans he picked up. People are apparently obsessed with the whole Knight of Spelbia vibe he is putting out. Lord Superbia keeps it cool and reminds his son that meeting expectations is just the baseline. He tells Van he needs to show that same leadership to everyone, even the ones who are not currently on his side. Van sits back, processing the heavy vibe of the conversation. Right then, a butler presents a sealed envelope on a silver tray, assuming the other side is already planning their next move. Holding the letter, this dude looks completely thrown off by the fact that he actually has mail. Back at the academy, the post-race data is finally in. The newspaper club just dropped the latest support ratings, and the results are looking heavy. Roy and his squad are staring down the charts in total silence. The gap between them and the competition is massive, and the vibes in the room are absolutely cooked. They cannot even be mad because Van's victory speech was just that good. Bro promised to make the academy the best school ever, and the entire student body is already sold. Roy realizes his whole plan to fix his reputation just got buried. Van's main character energy was way too strong, leaving Roy back at square one. But our boy is not staying down for long. He is already moving on to the next phase of the operation with that classic cold, calculated look. Everest flashes a knowing smirk, confirming that their move was made yesterday. Whatever they have got cooking is already in motion. Flash to Van, who is currently losing his mind over a piece of mail. He just got a direct invitation to the Alticello birthday party and has zero clue why he was picked. Invitations are landing in the hands of students all across the academy, from the commoners to the high-ranking nobles. Even the rival faction is stunned to see their names on the list for the upcoming event. Roy breaks down the next phase of the plan, which centers around making a statement at Everest's birthday party. He wants to step over the faction lines and turn every student into a loyal supporter. The core of the strategy is the Fashion Leader operation designed to turn Everest into the ultimate style icon of the school. If they can capture the hearts of the girls with some high-level aesthetics, the election is basically over. This bold move actually earned the respect of Roy's grandfather, proving that our boy is finally playing in the big leagues. With the old man's backing, the momentum for this play is higher than ever. Persia is already analyzing the efficiency of the plan while Everest stays hyped for the spotlight. A concentrated strategy like this is bound to produce results, but the risk of a counterplay is always looming. There's a growing fear that the Spelbia faction will just steal the idea and use their own vast resources to bury them. If the rivals bring their elite fashion house into the mix, things could get messy. Everest is visibly sweating at the thought of competing against the best tailors in the capital. Roy just keeps his cool and tells her not to worry, hinting that he already has the rivals exactly where he wants them. Roy lays out the plan to host an event so grand the rivals will not even be able to copy it. This is about making a statement that cannot be ignored. Ideas are cheap, but being the first to execute is everything. He emphasizes that the person leading the play is just as important as the play itself. He reminds her that she has the looks and the prestige of a high-ranking noble family. Her natural pull is on a completely different level than their competition. They acknowledge the massive experience gap between her and the newcomer rivals. Everest asks if this is a role only she can play. Roy confirms that she is the perfect fit. The objective is clear. He wants to turn her into the ultimate icon for every girl in the academy. Roy confirms that the invitations were sent to the rival faction. Everest gives the word that everything is ready to go. Roy is passing the torch for this next play, telling his top henchmen they are the stars of the show now. They respond with enough energy to power a city, ready to make their boss proud. Luca catches Ellie slipping and calls her name, making her jump. Ellie looks like she just saw a ghost for a split second. While they walk through the capital, Luca asks if the outfit for the birthday party is ready yet. Ellie admits she is still lagging on the decision. She goes quiet, her focus locked onto that mysterious sealed envelope. Ellie decides to take matters into her own hands, dragging a stressed-out Luca into a total fashion overhaul. Luca is not ready for the chaos that is about to unfold. Ellie is a total bulldozer, forcing Luca into the changing room despite her protests. The staff can only stay out of the way as the young noblewoman takes charge. One look in the mirror is all it takes to shut Luca up, as the new outfit is a major upgrade. Ellie just takes the win with a satisfied smile, knowing her fashion sense is top tier. Back in the day, young Ellie and Luca were the perfect duo. Ellie planned to design the best outfits, and Luca promised to be her #1 model for life. But some dreams hit a brick wall when family politics get involved. In a rain-drenched mansion, Luca's parents lay down the law and forbid her from ever seeing Ellie again. The pressure of their status finally snaps the bond as Luca is forced to say goodbye. Her mother explains that duty always comes before personal feelings in their world, even if it leaves them broken. A quiet apology is the only thing left to offer. Some burdens are just too heavy for a child to carry, and the weight of their lineage is crushing. Luca refuses to accept the cold logic of her parents and screams that she never wants to understand. Losing her only friend is a price she is simply not willing to pay. Time moves on, but her heart stays locked in that original promise. As she looks at the fashion they once shared, she decides that her parents' orders will not define her loyalty. Catching a glimpse of Ellie's carriage from a distance, Luca holds onto the bond they built. She is staying true to the friend she chose for life, no matter what the adults say. Ellie spots her friend and waves with a huge smile. Luca is not having it and snubs her with a cold turn of the head. The carriage door slams shut with a heavy thud. Luca watches from the window, realizing this might be the last time they see each other for a long while. Back in the salon, Luca sits still as the staff combs through her hair. To her, Ellie was the only person who truly shared her sense of freedom. It feels like she is just becoming another puppet for the adults. The pressure to follow her family legacy is finally starting to weigh her down. Her mother leans in with a sharp, graceful look. She tells Luca to fix her face and remember that she is the star of the show today. Luca forces a wide smile, deciding to embrace her new role. Being stubborn is useless when her path is already set in stone. At the academy, Persia rallies the squad to set the vibe. Now that they are officially enrolled, it is time to put all their weight behind Roy Averam. Roy is standing there like a final boss while Luca tries her best to stay composed. She realizes that hanging with an Averam heir is a heavy duty, but she quickly switches into her perfect socialite mode. Persia is out here doing his usual hype man routine and praising Roy's greatness. The rest of the squad is curious about what secret conversation they missed out on. The group starts flexing their refined hobbies from literature to classical music to keep up appearances. Luca eventually gives up on being fancy and decides that a box of sweets is the best way to break the ice. Our boy Roy does not wait for an invitation and just starts digging into the snacks. The room goes silent as everyone watches him casually munching away without a care in the world. Luca sprints over to her parents like her life depends on getting this message across. Gasping for air, she reports the big news that Roy is actually a huge fan of their family treats. The parents react like they just received a message from the gods and immediately order a kitchen upgrade. Luca's mom is nearly in tears of joy while hugging her for being such a useful daughter. Feeling the love, Luca vows to step up and truly represent the Alticello name. She is determined to be an asset and make sure her family stays on top of the social ladder. Memory lane is hitting different as kids find comfort, even when someone important is gone. Someone turns their back and leaves without a word, leaving a cold silence. Luca watches from the side, feeling the weight of the moment. Cut to a fancy hall where everyone is busy playing the noble game. A maid does her rounds while the narration talks about the burden of duty. The room is full of chatter, but the mood is strictly business. Luca tries to focus on the menu, but her brain is elsewhere. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out and makes her freeze. She looks up to find Ellie sitting at a nearby table. The panic sets in as Luca watches Ellie already mixing with the Spelbia crowd. It is wild how she moved into the elite social circle this fast. She starts spiraling, wondering if her spot has been taken. Jealousy is taking over because Luca knows no one should be a better match for Ellie than her. She starts overthinking her next move, trying to script a way to stay relevant. She is fighting to keep her place. She finally builds up the courage to walk over and say hello. Ellie turns with a bright smile and welcomes her like nothing happened. For a second, it feels like they are still on the same page. Then comes the reality check as Ellie hits her with a formal title and calls her a stranger. Luca looks like her soul left her body while Ellie keeps up the fake polite mask. This friendship is officially cooked. Luca is absolutely fuming, her face turning a bright shade of red. She lashes out in a fit of pure frustration, unable to wrap her head around Ellie switching sides to the Spelbia faction. The shouting match continues as she demands Ellie return to the Aviram side. She brings up the past, reminding her of the free spirit she used to be before all this drama. Come back, Ellie. The desperate plea hangs in the air as the tension between them finally hits its peak. Back at the Alticello mansion, Alessa opens the door with a beaming expression. She wastes no time welcoming Roy and ushering him into the room. Roy gets a nudge forward as the excitement in the house starts to ramp up. Everest is already waiting nearby, clearly anticipating his reaction. The reveal is finally here as Everest presents herself in a high-quality dress adorned with flowers. She quietly asks for his opinion, hoping the effort was worth it. This transformation is a lot more intense than he planned for, especially with the mother radiating such heavy praise-me vibes in the background. It is clear that the Alticello family is playing for keeps. A flashback hits showing a version of Roy that actually had insane riz. Complimenting her dark hair and those mysterious blue eyes, he tells her the high-quality dress was made for her. He wraps up the smooth talk by wishing Lucy a happy birthday with a smile. This version of him was a straight-up shoujo protagonist. Fast forward to now, and Everest is blushing like crazy while her mom gushes in the background. Roy is just standing there, feeling the cringe from his own past memories. Enough talk, it is time to move. Roy offers his arm and Everest locks in with a serious face, determined to show Ellie that she is not just some background character anymore. That's it for today, guys. If you made it to the end, comment Bro Riz so I know you're real ones. Don't forget to like and subscribe, it really helps the channel grow. Until then, keep on cooking.
Joo Hae-won is a bitchless man who has never felt the touch of a woman in his life. The only comfort he had in this world were his parents, who also tragically died in a car accident on a Christmas evening. So now he spends every Christmas walking aimlessly, while other people spend time with their wives and children. This makes Joo Hae-won feel even more lonely as he can only look at people who avoid them because of his tall stature. As he is walking aimlessly, Joo Hae-won notices a man in a Santa costume begging down the street. He feels pity for the old man, so he decides to spare him some money instead of spending it on beers and junk food. The old man feels thankful to Joo Hae-won and asks him if he has any wishes in his life. Joo Hae-won suddenly finds the old man to be a bit creepy, so he tries to walk away, but the old man won't let him. Joo Hae-won can only give up as he lies about winning a lottery ticket. The old man catches his lie and tells him to be honest and say the true wish, hidden deep down his heart. This makes Joo Hae-won a bit emotional, as he realizes that the only thing he wants in life is a happy family, a beautiful wife, and a cute daughter. The old man promises Joo Hae-won that his wish will definitely come true, and if he can't make it happen, he will cease to be a Santa. Joo Hae-won takes the old man to be a Santa fanatic, so he just leaves him alone and decides to head back to his crampy old apartment. He takes a late-night train, where all the other people around him are just couples. Joo Hae-won doesn't want to look at them anymore, so he just closes his eyes and falls asleep. This is the last time he sleeps on Earth, as the next moment he opens up his eyes, he finds himself in a carriage locked up in a cage with a few other people. All of the people are in rather rough conditions and look as if they haven't eaten in days. Joo Hae-won seems to be in better condition, but he doesn't have any clothes on and feels a bit cold. He starts to look around and hear the soldiers driving the carriage speaking a foreign language, which he has no clue of. Aside from that, he also notices that all the people in the cage are tied to heavy shackles, which indicates that this must be a slave caravan. Joo Hae-won finally realizes that he has been isekai'd to a foreign world by that creepy Santa who even stole the job of truck kun. Before reality can even set in, Joo Hae-won starts to shiver from the cold. Joo Hae-won is feeling a bit lost when suddenly his eyes fall on a dead slave, who still has his clothes on. Even though Joo Hae-won feels terrible for stealing from a corpse, he has no other choice or he will just die from the cold. After Joo Hae-won dresses up, he sits down and starts thinking about the creepy Santa. He really wonders if being a slave would fulfill his dream to have a loving family, or that Santa just wanted to mess with him. Either way, he hopes that this is just a dream, so that he can wake up and take a nice and warm bath. Just like this, a few days pass by and Ju Hae-won has assimilated quite well with other slaves. His cheeks have now sunk in and his appearance looks more disheveled. Ju Hae-won is dying of hunger and wants this to end as soon as possible. Just then, the carriage stops at a village, where the soldiers start to line up all the slaves to be auctioned off to the villagers. Ju Hae-won finally sees a glimmer of hope. Even though being sold as a slave is bad news, but he will at least be fed once a day as per the rules. Ju Hae-won is also confident in his looks and tall stature, and is sure that he will be sold to the richest man. However, the reality is far from his imagination, as no one even looks in his direction. This goes on for the rest of the journey, where every time the carriage stops at a village, all the other slaves are sold one by one except him. This makes Ju Hae-won lose all hope and he starts to give up on life. He curses the creepy Santa, who lied to him about giving him a life of happiness and brought him to this shithole of a place. Unable to bear the suffering, Ju Hae-won decides to end it all by plunging a nearby fork into his neck. But just then, an angel appears in front of his face and gives him a helping hand. Ju Hae-won stops as he is blinded by the beauty of the woman in front of him, in whose hand is a piece of bread which looks more delicious than anything he has ever eaten at a 3-Michelin-star restaurant. The woman tries to speak to him, but Ju Hae-won can't understand her words, not because he can't speak their language, but because he is also distracted by the woman's beauty and her cute daughter besides her. Previously, in a shabby rundown room, the beautiful woman, Liz, and her daughter are having dinner together. As the portions are quite small, Liz is worried that her daughter might not be full, so she also gives her own portion to her. The young girl is happy, but she doesn't want her mother to go hungry, so she divides half of it for herself and gives the other half back to Liz. Liz is about to thank her when suddenly someone starts loudly banging on the door. Liz answers the door, to which the village chief tells her to not open the door and just listen to his words. He tells Liz that the soldiers have brought a bunch of slaves and they will be buying one of them to be her husband. So he urges her to get ready, as she will be moving back to the mountain with him. Before leaving, the village chief also reminds her to have some food ready for the soldiers, as they will be arriving by daybreak. This announcement comes as a shock for Liz, as her previous marriage was a nightmare for her. She was beaten up every day and had to endure a lot. Liz doesn't want to suffer once again, so she thinks of running away. But then she remembers the young girl, who is the daughter left behind by her previous husband from his previous marriage. She has just met her some time ago, so she doesn't want to leave her all alone. The young girl senses her mother's emotions, so she hugs her and tries to comfort her with her small arms. Lynn stops crying after seeing this and puts the young girl to bed, who doesn't even have a name yet. That's why she is afraid that if she were to marry again, they both might have to go through another nightmare. That nightmare started a while back when she was sold by her father for a mere rabbit skin. A man on the village mountain bought her, and before she could even unpack her stuff, the man arrived and started to beat her up for being late. Life didn't get any better afterwards, as she was continuously abused and tortured. Limbs would have long since broken if not for the young girl who came out of the darkness and became an angel in this hell. One day, after beating up Liz, the man left for the forest to hunt animals and never returned. Liz later learned from the village chief that he was killed by an animal and his body was never found. Liz was thrilled to hear this news, but then the reality sank in. In these backward times, a woman without a husband was useless and couldn't even do anything on her own. That's why Lynn decided to face her nightmare, as she couldn't give up on her daughter after all. So the following morning, Liz gets ready and even bakes a few pieces of bread. She takes the food and heads outside where the carriages are parked. There her eyes fall onto a man who is trying to unalive himself by putting a fork through his neck. This reminds Liz of her own traumatic experiences with her previous husband and how she also once contemplated on unaliving herself using a fork. But in the end, she couldn't do it. So Liz doesn't hesitate to run towards the man and stops him from unaliving himself as well. She then looks at his sunken cheeks and disheveled hair and offers a piece of bread to him. But before Liz can say something to him, the village chief arrives and tells her to go back to her hut and that he will handle the purchase of the slaves. Liz and the young girl take one last look at the man and then leave. The man is none other than Ju Hae-won, and he can't believe that someone just offered him a piece of bread when he was literally about to unalive himself. Ju Hae-won forgets everything else, as his mind is solely focused on the food. But before he can even take a bite of it, the soldiers kick him out of the cell and present him in front of the village chief. Ju Hae-won and 2 other slaves kneel on the ground as the soldiers surround them. Just then, a soldier grabs a knife and cuts into their arms to make them bleed. He then smears their blood over 2 pieces of paper which start glowing in dim blue light. Ju Hae-won is shocked to see this, as he wonders if this is some sort of magic. This makes him even more curious about this world where slavery is still legal and people can even use magic. After the contracts are signed, a soldier mumbles something into the village chief's ears, who nods in response before walking towards Ju Hae-won to check on his condition. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter duo arrive back at the hut, where a woman from the village gives them supplies for a few days and tells Liz that her new husband doesn't know their language, so she might have a bit of problem communicating with him. The woman notices that Liz is still traumatized, so she informs her that her new husband might be a commoner, but his hands are as soft as the nobles. She also assures her that no one liked her previous husband, and they only tolerated him because he was a mountain keeper. So she tells Liz that if her new husband is also good at this job, they might just be able to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Liz tells her that she doesn't need her husband to be good or anything, as she just hopes that he won't be a violent man. Just then, the village chief opens the door and brings Liz's new husband inside the hut. Liz is surprised to see that it's the same man who was about to unalive himself a few moments ago. Upon seeing him this close, Liz finally realizes how big he is, which makes her a bit scared. Ju Hae-won also notices that it's the same woman who offered him food but doesn't understand why she is shaking so much. Before he can even learn what's going on, the village chief grabs his arm and brings him side by side to Liz and her daughter. He then forcefully locks their arms together, making them look like an awkward newly married couple. Ju Hae-won doesn't understand any of the stuff they are saying, but from the vibes and his current position, he can understand that he is being married off to the woman. This reminds him of the creepy Santa and realizes that he wasn't telling a lie when he said that he will give him a cute rabbit-looking wife and an adorable mongoose daughter. Ju Hae-won feels happy to finally live his dream, but he also can't help but get angry at the creepy Santa for making him go through all of the trouble. Ju Hae-won promises to himself that if he meets that Santa ever again, he will make him go through things even worse. Ju Hae-won's angry expression scares Liz and the young girl who are already traumatized from their previous experiences. Meanwhile, the village chief is glad to see Ju Hae-won full of energy, as the mountain keeper job is tough and only a strong person can do it. That's why he decides to test Ju Hae-won whether he is capable enough of being a mountain keeper or not. So he sends a villager in front of Ju Hae-won, who tries to test his strength through handshake. Even though Ju Hae-won doesn't understand their language, he can feel their intentions, so he makes sure to put his whole strength in it. The villager instantly regret the challenge, as Ju Hae-won almost broke his hand and he didn't even look like he was trying either. The village chief is satisfied and decides to move on to the next step, which is to test his hunting skills. The chief hands a bow over to Ju Hae-won and asks him to shoot a wild rabbit. Ju Hae-won has never held a bow in his life and has only seen the people at Olympics use it. He tries to mimic their form and shoots an arrow which barely misses the rabbit. The village chief is still satisfied with his bow shooting skills and claps for him. Ju Hae-won is still unsure what is going on when suddenly Liz and the young girl walk up to him with a basket in her hand. Beautiful and can't believe that she is his bride now. This makes Ju Hae-won blush, which makes the village chief realize that this guy has never been around in his life. So he decides to leave them alone so they can get used to each other as soon as possible. With no other person besides them, Liz becomes even more anxious as she doesn't know how to deal with her new husband. But she knows that she still has to perform her duties as a wife, so she spreads a cloth for them on the ground and takes out the food from the basket to serve him. She also serves a portion to the young girl and takes some for herself as well. Things are quite awkward as they eat around each other, but Ju Hae-won doesn't know how to fix that as well. He can't speak their language, so he can't even introduce himself. This makes him curse out at that creepy Santa even more, who dropped him in a random place like this. But he is still happy, as he would have never had a family like this without Santa's help. After they finish their meal, the village chief returns to take them to their mountain cabin. The path to the mountain is long and steep, which tires a pair of malnourished mother and child. Ju Hae-won notices that they are both struggling, and decides to help them as he is the man of the family after all. He approaches Liz, who instantly becomes scared, wondering what he is trying to do. Ju Hae-won is a gentleman who would never touch a woman without her consent, but now that he can't speak the language, nor he has the time to explain, so he just picks both of them up and starts walking to the top. As he is walking, he realizes how malnourished they must be to be this lightweight. This makes him even more motivated to learn the language, so that he can communicate with them better and have them eat good food to grow big and healthy. Even though Liz doesn't know what he is thinking, she can feel the determination on his face. This softens her guard against him, as she even starts brushing off the sweat from his face. Soon, they all arrive at the top of the mountaintop, where Ju Hae-won thanks the village chief for showing them the way. After the village chief leaves, Ju Hae-won turns to the mountain cabin where he will be living from now. The shabby cabin is in terrible condition, which makes Ju Hae-won shiver as he realizes that he might need to sleep in the cold again. While cursing the cold, he enters the cabin and finds Liz standing inside, devastated with tears in her eyes. He wants to ask her what happened, but Liz runs past him, leaving him standing there all alone. After running away for some time, Liz stops by a lake where she reveals the reason why she ran away earlier. As it turns out, someone has broken into the cabin and had stolen everything, whether it be crockery, table, bow, hammer, knife, and even their farming hoe. With everything gone, she can't even fix the broken cabin, which means they would have to sleep in the cold, completely defenseless to wild beasts. As Liz is feeling hopeless about the future, Ju Hae-won appears and is happy to finally find her. He notices that Liz has been crying all this time, so he sits beside her and puts his hand on top of her head to console her. Even though Liz can't understand his words, she can sense that he is trying to console her. This makes Liz happy, but she still feels helpless as she doesn't know how they will survive in this harsh place. Their cabin is all broken down and her new husband doesn't look like someone who has ever done manual labor in his life. But that's something she can even do herself. But the real problem is the lack of food. As for that, they need to hunt, but Joo Hae-won doesn't look like someone who knows how to handle a weapon. But even though her head is full of negative thoughts, her heart feels at peace. She feels relieved seeing Joo Hae-won and is assured that he will make everything right for them. These feelings overwhelm Liz, and tears stream down her face. Joo Hae-won lets her bawl out for a while as he tells her that in his original world, he lost his parents when he was still young. Even though the world felt hopeless, he still managed to push through, and he is glad that he did that because otherwise he wouldn't have met her. That's why he wants to make sure that she and her daughter are both protected and well provided for their entire life. Linz can't understand what he is saying, but she knows that he cares for her. This makes her completely let go of her guard as she hugs Joo Hae-won and lets out all of her stored-up emotions. But when the young girl sees her mother crying, she believes that Joo Hae-won must have bullied her like her previous father. So she tries to protect Liz and take her away from Joo Hae-won. But he pulls her in and gives her a hug as well. Joo Hae-won still doesn't know who the young girl's father is or why Liz gave him food. But he knows one thing, that they are his family now. So he promises to himself that he will become the best husband and best dad and give them the best life ever so they will never have to cry again. So after the family is done with trauma bonding, they return back to the cabin. There, everyone sits in silence awkwardly as they don't know how to progress things after crying in front of each other. Joo Hae-won eventually decides to break the silence by introducing himself to them. Since they can't understand Korean, he just pronounces his name slowly, so they can understand what he is saying. Yoo decides to name her instead. He thinks about a few names and eventually picks out Dorothy, as it's the name from one of his favorite childhood stories, The Wizard of Oz. The little girl likes the name very much, and thank you Joo Hae-won for giving her such a pretty name. Joo Hae-won also feels happy for her, and hopes to give her the life of a princess just like how Dorothy had in the books. Later in the evening, Joo Hae-won is outside splitting logs that will be used for burning at the fireplace for the night. Lin stands a bit far away from him as she recounts all the things that have happened today. She silently mumbles his name, which sounds so elegant even though it's from a language that she has no idea of. This makes her curious who Joo Hae-won really is and where he comes from. Ever since she was born, no man has ever treated her right, whether it was her father or later her husband. That's why she can't understand why Joo Hae-won is so kind to her. While Liz is lost in her thoughts, Joo Hae-won notices her standing in the distance, so he waves at her and even shouts her name. This brings her out from her gloomy thoughts as she closely takes a look at Joo Hae-won for the first time. She notices that he has black hair and black eyes, which sounds similar to the legend that she heard recently. In that legend, it is mentioned that a faraway kingdom was at war, so they decided to summon a hero from another world, and that hero also has black hair and black eyes. But she quickly dismisses these thoughts as no hero would ever be in such a rundown village like this, moreover becoming someone's slave. As she is thinking about his identity, Joo Hae-won has already made his way towards her, and upon closely examining him, she realizes that his hair and eyes are more towards the brown shade, so he is just a normal bloke who is just a bit taller than most people. This puts her heart at ease, which also makes her a bit embarrassed as she doesn't understand why she would even feel something like this in the first place. Joo Hae-won is amused to see her have all sorts of mixed emotions, and can't help but give her a nice pat on the head. Liz enjoys his touch and feels all warm on the inside. Her relaxed expression makes her look even more adorable, which attracts Joo Hae-won like a bee towards flowers as he gives her a light peck on her lips. The sudden kiss freezes Liz, who never expected Joo Hae-won to do something like this. Joo Hae-won is also baffled by his actions and decides to run away to avoid embarrassment. Joo Hae-won also feels mad at himself as he can't believe that he randomly kissed Liz even though they have only met for one day. As he is thinking about how to address this situation, he realizes that he has walked way too deep into the forest. He looks around to see any path leading back to the cabin, when suddenly he feels a heavy pressure behind him. Joo Hae-won slowly turns back and finds a menacing wolf nearly his own size standing in front of him. Joo Hae-won is scared out of his wits. He struggles to choose whether to escape or stay there to fight the wolf. He grabs the stick on the ground firmly and prepares himself mentally for the battle. The wolf is also prepared to hunt its target, so it immediately lunges on Joo Hae-won, who only has a stick to defend himself. Joo Hae-won blocks the attack by putting the stick between himself and the wolf. The wolf's teeth are stuck in the stick, so Joo Hae-won uses this opportunity to land a solid punch on the wolf's face. This makes the wolf extremely furious, who bites down into the stick so hard that it breaks into two pieces. With its jaw freed, the wolf is able to use its deadly set of teeth once again. Joo Hae-won also knows that defense isn't an option anymore, so he decides to strike the wolf first, but the wolf blocks his punch by biting down into his arm, which leaves a gaping wound onto his wrist. Joo Hae-won flinches back due to the pain, which feels as if his whole arm is on fire. But when he looks on his arm, he finds literal flames coming out from his flesh. Joo Hae-won is shocked and wonders if these flames are made of magic. This makes him more confident in his battle against the wolf, who also seems to be scared of the magic flames. The wolf tries to back away, but Joo Hae-won doesn't give him any opportunity and starts to beat down the wolf with his flaming fist. punch after punch, the wolf continues to howl, but Ju Hae-won doesn't show any mercy and continues to beat it down till it's completely silent. After the wolf is taken care of, Ju Hae-won falls onto the ground and tries to recover his stamina. While he is catching some breath, he looks at his arm, which was literally on fire a few moments ago. He tries to find any marks of injuries or burns but can't find them anywhere, which makes him wonder if he was really able to use magic without any guidance. This reminds him of those novels that he used to read in his free time, so he tries to recreate the magic by calling out various spells such as Fireball, Firestorm, Firewall, but none of them work. He even tries calling an incantation that he read in the novels, but even that doesn't work. In the end, Ju Hae-won gives up as he realizes that there must be a trick behind using magic at his command. But he is 100% sure that he definitely possesses magic because his arm that was supposed to have a gaping wound is now completely healed. Ju Hae-won wants to learn to control his magic as soon as possible, as this will not only make him a more capable hunter, but he will also be able to heal his family, especially since there is no doctor on this mountain. Ju Hae-won clenches his fists as he promises himself to quickly get better and stronger so that he can protect his family and provide them with a much better life.
Are you gonna be going to practice today, man?
I can't even go to practice today.
Said you gonna go to practice today?
No, I can't. Not today.
Oh, you busy?
Yeah.
You alright, man?
I pulled an all-nighter. I was sleeping before you called. I just woke up.
Ah, okay. Alright, man. I was just trying to see if you was gonna go. I was thinking about going too.
Yeah, no, I was literally, nah, bro, I'm literally freaking recovering.
Okay. Alright, man. Well, you get your rest, bro.
I bet. Len, I'm gonna see you.
Alright, brother.
Yo, I was asleep this whole time. Not even gonna lie with you. It's so uncomfortable.
She got me
Hmm. Actually, it looks the same.
life. He doesn't want to be called a
Nah, I don't got no weakness. Mm-mm.
said I threw the shorty in the dumpster.
I slept for 3 hours. But yeah, that was the most uncomfortable 3 hours I slept for.
depression scares Liz
It was so uncomfortable. So very uncomfortable. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you should have done it for a minute. Then how does shit look like? Is that the same? Ew. on me again. Oh my goodness. I'm tired. Damn, I'm so tired. My head hurts. I gotta figure out how to put chat into my Twitch. I'm finally up.
Having a chat overlay on your stream is a great way to be able to go ahead and increase engagement because viewers. So in today's video, I'm going to show you how to go ahead and set up your chat overlay directly inside of OBS Studio. So the very first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to make sure you have your OBS Studio open. Then you want to come to streamelements.com, and I'll put a link in the description of this video. Once you get to this webpage, you're going to want to go ahead and log in with your Twitch account. And then it's going to ask you to authorize Twitch to have access to Stream Elements. And then you're going to see a dashboard just like this. On the left-hand side, you're going to select Streaming Tools.
Oh my gosh. Stream elements.
Just like this. On the left hand side, you're going to select, you're going to streamelements.com, and I'll put a link in the description of this video. Once you get to this webpage, you're going to want to go ahead and log in with your Twitch account, and then it's going to ask you to authorize Twitch to have access to.
Yo, what's going on? Alright, there we go. I'm trying to think. Connect with. What's up? What's up? What's good, Muddy? What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? How you doing? Oh, what's up, bro? Yo. Damn. This right here is so good. I just woke up too. No, bro, where in the world is my? How you doing? How y'all doing? I don't know if anybody's in the live, but hey, y'all doing, bro? I have been. Man, I can't believe I just slept on live. That felt kind of weird. I seriously can't believe it.
Stream elements, and then you're going to see a dashboard just like this. On the left hand side, you're going to select streaming tools. You're going to select
streaming tools, overlays,
and we're going to go ahead and create a new overlay. Go ahead and bring that up. It's going to say overlay.
Oh my gosh. so passionate about this 2K, bro?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a 70, my nigga.
He is 70 overall. What's my stuff again?
Who's the bitch? I feel my
Play resolution, you're gonna leave it at 1080p, and then you're gonna go ahead and hit start. Now we're gonna come to this plus icon here at the bottom, and we're gonna select stream tools.
Stream tools. Chat.
Keep trying to take over my
Your stream chat. So now you can see here that we have this black box, and what we want to do now is we want to go ahead and customize this. So
my bed by myself, bro. I can't watch my TV because he on my TV.
Bruh. That's unfortunate, bro.
He sleep in the basement, bro. I know he got.
to be able to do that, we first want to go ahead and use dark chat. We'll leave it there for just a few moments. Show message permanently, and then you can go ahead and put the delay for 2 seconds. This is what I.
He got a PlayStation, so his thing keep overheating.
Mm-hmm.
Best for me. Big thing for me, I have an Xbox, so I
Or
don't have
click. And we'll come back here to Stream Elements. And what we want to do is we want to grab this paper. So hit save. You're going to name this overlay chat. You're going to hit save. And now what we want to do is we want to grab this paper clip. And we'll come back here to Stream Elements in just a few seconds because there is one setting that we need to adjust before finalizing everything. Stream Elements in just a few seconds because name this overlay. We want to go ahead and hit save.
Come here, click save, OV chat.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Shorty kinda, bro. She talking about Lululemon for GTA.
And once you hit save, you're going to name this overlay chat. You're going to hit save. And now what we want to do is we want to grab this paper clip. And we'll come back here to Stream Elements.
Lulu for GTA.
You said what?
Shorty kinda geeking, bro. She talking about Lulu for GTA.
In just a few seconds because there is one setting that we need to adjust before finalizing everything. So we'll come back to OBS Studio. We'll come to the scene where we want to go ahead and add this chat. Okay, and you can see I have.
It don't take nothing to it but to do it. I ain't even respond to nothing he said. Like these girls, at first they wanted to sing the song Spin That, but now they don't nobody want to sing it no more. You notice that? Don't nobody want to sing it no more.
Bro, how do I even... Bro, this guy's pissing me off.
Have the chat here, so I'll delete this one here for the moment. And then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and use the plus icon. We want to come to browser source. We want to name this chat.
You wanna go to what? Nah, he said the John too fast.
Plus icon. We want to come to browser.
You just leaving this in the
And then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and use the plus icon. We want to come
Browser.
just stop it.
Wanna go to this icon. Wanna go to browser. Wanna name this chat.
She probably jumped through water.
come to browser source. We want to name this chat. You'll simply select OK. And now here where it says URL, we're
gonna take that out. Bro, why is my life getting restricted again? What did I do, bro? Yo, TikTok is such a freaking a-hole. Every time I stream on here, this stuff always gets restricted. Why? What did I even do? Like,
She talking about some water from the freezer. She talking about some water from the freezer. She probably drunk it. She said, what happened to some water from the freezer? She probably drunk it.
going to go ahead and paste the link that we just went ahead and copied from Stream Elements. Then for the width, we're going to do 1920, okay, by 1080.
1920 by 1080. 1920 by 10. What's good, Brody?
And then you're gonna
Bro,
press OK.
every time
You're
I
gonna see
keep,
here that
every time I freaking stream on TikTok, bro. Every time, bro. I kid you not. Every time, without a miss, bro. It's always something with TikTok, bro. TikTok steady trying to shadow ban me. That's a valid point. I'm not even gonna argue. I can't even argue with that.
the chat is going to go ahead and come up here for this black box. So now we want to do is we want to
what?
position this where you're going to want your chat. And we want to
He's
go ahead and
Mexican?
test this. So if you've gone ahead and come to settings inside your OBS studio and you've connected your Twitch account, then you should have a chat option pulled up just like this. If you don't, you can go ahead and do this directly on the Twitch app as well. So we're going to say this is a test just to make sure everything is working. We should see the chat pop up here. Perfect, it's popping up.
Oh.
So now we want to come back to Stream Elements and make an adjustment. So inside of Stream Elements, we're going to come now and make the chat trend.
Let me try to type in chat. It should work. You said what? Yo, it works. Let's go. Let's go. I finally got chat. You said what? Oh. Nah, that's grimy. That's grimy, cuz.
Transparent. That way this black border is not blocking anything on your stream. So to be able to make this transparent, we're going to come to settings, and where it says dark chat, you're going to select custom. Once you
Dark. I'm gonna come here. Yo, bro. Oh my gosh. Bro, are we serious, bro? Like, why is this? Let me end this live. Let me turn this on. So just I'm gonna go here. Dark chat. Custom.
do that, you're going to see here that it's going to go ahead and adjust. Now, I want to go ahead and make the size of this text a little bit bigger. So I'm going to go ahead and use 30.
How the heck did he do that?
So I'm going to go ahead and use 30. It's going to get the text a little bit
What?
bigger. So I'm going to go ahead and use 30. It's going to give it a nice size. And the beautiful thing is it's a little bit bigger. I'm going to select custom. Once you do that,
Text settings. For real?
Yeah, bro. Like she just, I guess she realized I got butthurt, and then she said she got drunk after I told her, and she just called me a little before I called you, and I ain't answered.
Oh.
Why did you get drunk? Like, what did you? I think it was actually butthurt.
Alright, I need to change the bro. I need to change the no. No, yo, cause I just figured out how to implement. I just figured out how to put. I just figured that out how to put the Twitch chat into like so that people can see the Twitch chat. Now I need to change the color. I can change the font. You don't make it like that. Now my question is, how do I even change the color?
You're going to see here that it's going to go ahead and adjust. Now, I want to go ahead and make the size of this text a little bit bigger. So I'm going to go ahead and use 30. It's going to give it a nice size.
How do I make it white?
The beautiful thing is once you hit save, it's going to automatically update inside of OBS Studio. So let's go ahead and come back to OBS. We can go ahead and do another test. This is a test. We'll go ahead and see it pop up. And now you see here that now we have our transparent chat. Now, if you want any of the overlays that you see that I'm utilizing, like this countdown timer, you can come to streamdesigns.com where they have tons of overlays you can select from, emotes, static, Twitch panels.
Yo.
What do you want?
Give it a nice size.
What you mean?
Like, what are you trying to change? What do you want?
I'm trying to do it to where my stream, my Twitch, like the Twitch chat, to where like people can see the chat. And I just did it. Let me flip it again. There we go.
Bro, every time I freaking stream off on TikTok, bro. Every time, bro, I kiss you out every time.
Alright, bet. Alright, bet. Now you're able to see the chat. And now we're gonna do the same thing for I bet. Well, my stuff keep messing up, bro. Oh, dabble dee dabble da, dabble dee dabble da, dabble dee dabble da. You said what? I can do what? You can do what?